Chapter 36-22. In the starry sky of the central continent, Song-Ke and the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit worked together to fight against Nanbatian. The three figures moved quickly in the starry sky. Everywhere they passed, stars exploded in the void. The destructive power they displayed was extremely terrifying. Buzz. The divine sword in Song-Ke's hand kept buzzing. The god inside the divine sword seemed to be awakening from a deep sleep. The sword aura it emitted caused the temperature of the void to drop rapidly. The divine sword in Song-Ke's hand shook. 9 rays of immortal sword light flew out from his hand and flew towards Nanbatian. Nanbatian laughed. Then, he opened his mouth and inhaled. He actually swallowed the 9 rays of sword light. What? When Song-Ke saw this scene, he could not help being taken aback. Just as Song-Ke was shocked, Nanbatian spat out 9 rays of immortal sword light towards the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit. Oomph! The first ancestor of the Earth Spirit sneered. He raised his right hand, and the chaotic wheel immediately blocked in front of him. It blocked the 9 rays of sword light. The chaotic divine wheel was filled with chaotic chi. Not only did it block the 9 rays of sword light, but it also swallowed the 9 rays of sword light in the next moment. Buzz. The chaotic divine wheel was shaking. Ancient chaotic divine patterns appeared and intertwined on the divine wheel. A wave of power that was extremely close to the power of the extreme great path exploded from the divine wheel. Nanbatian's eyes brightened when he saw this. This Dao tool was not bad. It could actually swallow the opponent's attack. I want this, Nanbatian shouted. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the chaotic divine wheel in front of the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit. He completely ignored the powerful chaotic power that exploded from the chaotic divine wheel. I want your life. The first ancestor of the Earth Spirit roared. At the same time, endless chaotic chi exploded from the chaotic divine wheel. The chaotic divine wheel instantly became as huge as a mountain. Then, it rushed towards Nanbatian. Rumble. Everywhere the chaotic divine wheel passed, the void was instantly destroyed. Nothing was left. Everything was turned into nothingness. Endless chaotic divine light illuminated the entire star region. Nanbatian's hand continued to reach for the chaotic divine wheel. Just as Nanbatian's right hand grabbed onto the chaotic divine wheel, a heaven-devouring force suddenly erupted from the chaotic divine wheel and firmly sucked Nanbatian's right hand in. In the next moment, Nanbatian felt as if his own spiritual essence was like a broken dam. It flowed for 1,000 miles and was forcefully devoured by the chaotic divine wheel. This, Nanbatian's shock was no small matter. At this time, Song-Ke wielded the divine sword of extreme Tao and charged over aggressively. This made him even more shocked and anxious. Although he had cultivated the undying tyrant body, he would still die if his spirit, essence, and spirit were to be devoured by the chaotic divine wheel. The undying tyrant body was not without flaws, but no one could see through it. Damn it! Nanbatian roared angrily. He immediately chopped off his right hand, which was stuck to the chaotic divine wheel. In the next moment, his right hand, which was still stuck to the chaotic divine wheel, immediately shriveled up. Clang! Nanbatian directly chopped the chaotic divine wheel with his sword. The overbearing power of the sword wei directly shook off the chaotic divine wheel. However, in the next moment, the divine sword of extreme Tao in Song-Ke's hand directly pierced through his divine body. The tip of the sword pierced through his chest. Roar! Nanbatian roared angrily at the sky. Then, his undying tyrant body actually disappeared in the void. In the next moment, a figure directly appeared behind Song-Quebec's swoosh. An overbearing sword light flashed in the void, and Song-Ke's head flew up. At the same time, the chaotic divine wheel of the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit appeared above the figure's head and directly obliterated it. The figure once again collapsed and turned into a mist of blood. However, a scene that shocked the sword slave happened. The figure appeared in the void again. That person was Nanbatian. At this time, Nanbatian was unscathed. His right hand was not chopped off. Nanbatian's battle intent surged, and the power that erupted from the undying tyrant body became even stronger. Meanwhile, Song Kei's head also flew back to his body and reconnected with his divine body. His battle strength was not affected at all. The shadow of a huge chaotic golden rock appeared on Song Kei's body from time to time. At their level of cultivation, ordinary attacks would not be able to threaten their lives. If they wanted to kill existences of this level, they would need to use special methods. The three experts fought wildly. Even the divine body of the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit was destroyed by Nan Batian several times. However, what made Song Kei and the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit feel incredulous was that Nan Batian's undying tyrant body seemed to become stronger as the battle went on, while they became weaker and weaker. The so-called undying tyrant body can actually devour the power of others? The sword slave who was watching the battle from the starry sky stared at Nan Batian and muttered to himself. There was no longer any suspense in the outcome of the battle. Nan Batian would definitely kill Song Kei and the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit at the end of the battle. If that was the case, it would not be a good thing for the sword slave. He could not disobey Gu Fei's orders. If Song Kei and the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit were to die, Gu Fei would be very unhappy. Then, the outcome would be unpredictable. Are you still watching the show? The demon god also appeared in the starry sky and came to the sword slave's side. Old ancestor Luo Zhao's figure also appeared. They were all Gu Fei's men. To a certain extent, they were fighting for Gu Fei. The undying tyrant body is indeed powerful, old ancestor Luo Zhao said in surprise. Hee, I wonder how many strikes this guy can take from Brother Jin. The demon god looked at the domineering figure that suppressed Song Kei and the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit to the point where they could not fight back. His eyes flickered. All right, I've had enough fun. I'll send you on your way. Nan Batian spoke in an incomparably domineering manner. After that, the space around him began to distort as a heaven-devouring force erupted from his body. In the next moment, the void around Song Kei and the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit collapsed instantly. Both of them flew towards Nan Batian uncontrollably. Haha. Nan Batian laughed crazily. It's your honor to become a part of my body. Nan Batian's undying tyrant body was like a black hole that could devour the universe. Everything around him was devoured into his body and turned into a part of his strength. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard Nan Batian's words. The undying tyrant body could devour other cultivators' energy and essence to turn into his own. No wonder this guy was getting stronger as he fought. Song Kei and the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit were shocked to the extreme. They tried their best to break free from the devouring force that enveloped them. However, they realized that their opponent's strength was too strong and they could not break free. Just as Song Kei and the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit were about to be devoured by Nan Batian, a sword light suddenly descended from the sky and broke through the devouring force from Nan Batian's undying tyrant body. The sword slashed Nan Batian's body. This sword light was as powerful as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and it actually directly split Nan Batian into two halves. Roar! Nan Batian roared crazily as a powerful divine power burst out from his body. The two halves of his divine body merged back together. A ball of divine light emerged and Nan Batian's undying tyrant body appeared in front of everyone again. At this moment, Song Kei and the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit seized the opportunity to break free from Nan Batian's devouring force. Kill! Nan Batian charged towards the sword slave. However, in the next moment, another sword light flashed across the sky. In the next moment, Nan Batian's head flew up, but there was no blood splattering. In the next moment, Nan Batian's head and body were reconnected. Although his undying tyrant body was attacked, his origin was not hurt at all. Good fella. At this moment, even the sword slave was shocked. Nan Batian's undying tyrant body was indeed something. Even his second sword could not hurt this guy. The sword slave's heaven-punishing 9 swords was a killing technique. It was said that once the 9 swords were unleashed, heaven and earth would be destroyed. However, the sword slave had already unleashed the second sword. When Song Kei and the others saw this scene, they could not help but feel nervous. If even the sword slave could not kill Nan Batian, then they only had one choice: to escape. At this moment, The sword slave roared and unleashed the third sword of the heaven-punishing 9 swords. An extremely terrifying killing aura exploded from his body. In the next moment, Nan Baishan's undying tyrant body was slashed into thousands of pieces by countless immortal sword lights. However, Nan Batian still did not die. The sword slave's killing sword still could not hurt him. When Nan Baishan's figure appeared again, Song Ke and the others were dumbfounded. Was this Nan Batian really unkillable? Someone said in disbelief. Unkillable? The sword slave did not believe in this. One should know that there was no unkillable person in this world. No matter how powerful the person was, there would be a day when he or she would fall. After devouring you, my combat strength will definitely rise to a new level. Nan Batian looked at the sword slave, and his eyes instantly lit up. Haha, then you can give it a try. The sword slave laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. In the next moment, Nan Baishan's figure disappeared in the void. The void around the sword slave collapsed without any signs. The sword slave lost control of his body and was directly devoured by the black hole that appeared in the void. What? Seeing this scene, Song Ke, the first progenitor of the land spirit, and the other experts were stunned. Chapter 36-23. Reeks. In the starry sky of the central continent, the final battle between the East Continent and the South Continent was taking place. Who would become the true overlord of the Central Continent would depend on the outcome of this battle. Other than Song Ke and the others who were extremely nervous, the experts of the various forces of the Central Continent were also watching this battle. Because after this battle, the various forces of the Central Continent would know who to follow. The forces of the Central Continent were fence-sitters, and they knew the importance of choosing a side. Once they chose the wrong side, the consequences would be the annihilation of their entire clan. Even if their clan wasn't annihilated, they would still be punished and enslaved. This was a very common phenomenon in the entire ancestral god realm. One must know that after thoroughly defeating an enemy, there was no need to kill them all. After all, defeated enemies were also a kind of resource. Of course, the enemies who fought with their lives were an exception. At this moment, the sword slave had already made his move and displayed the third sword of the 9 heaven-punishing swords. However, the sword slave still couldn't kill Nan Batian. Nan Baishan's undying tyrant body was indeed amazing. Song Ke, and the first progenitor of the earth spirit, had to admit that the first progenitor's state was actually similar to the undying tyrant body. Although the undying tyrant body was known to be undying, there was still a limit to it. One should know that even the supreme martial artists would perish, let alone the undying tyrant body. Rumble. The entire void was shaking, and the void around the sword slave suddenly collapsed, swallowing him into the primal chaos. Seeing this scene, Song Ke and the first progenitor of the earth spirit's palms were sweating. They had just experienced the power of the undying tyrant body. This was the most powerful enemy they had ever met. Even when they attacked the Pang clan's ancestral land, they didn't meet such a powerful opponent. However, just when everyone was inexplicably shocked, an immortal sword light suddenly slashed out from the primal chaos, and a figure walked out from the primal chaos. Trying to beat me into the depths of the primal chaos? The sword slave's voice was extremely cold and emotionless. He was like a heavenly sword that instantly rushed out from the primal chaos. Behind him, a large piece of the void was collapsing. In the collapsing void, a huge black shadow appeared. A pitch-black hand reached out from the depths of the primal chaos and grabbed the sword slave. What? Everyone was shocked when they saw the huge hand that stretched out from the depths of the primal chaos actually directly grabbed the sword slave and dragged it into the depths of the primal chaos. Hee, even though I've killed you, I'm going to suppress you deep within the primal chaos for billions of years. Nan Baishan's voice came directly from the depths of the primal chaos. This fellow. Song Ke and the others were shocked and furious. You. The sword servant's voice resounded right after that, and then 9 rays of eternal light erupted from the black figure's fist, causing his entire arm to be obliterated by the rays of light that erupted from his fist. If I don't show my might, do you think I'm a sick cat? The sword slave rushed out and said disdainfully, You. At this time, Nanbatian couldn't help but be moved. This guy actually didn't go all out when he fought with him just now. He even held back. 9 swords at the same time, unparalleled under the heavens. The sword slave roared furiously. 9 rays of sword light revolved around him. These 9 rays of sword light directly broke through the chaos and slashed towards the figure in the depths of the chaos. Without any suspense, the 9 sword lights instantly destroyed the huge black shadow in the depths of the chaos. Boom! The moment the black shadow was destroyed, the 9 rays of sword light were simultaneously repelled by a sudden burst of tyrannical energy. You're not the only one who knows how to play with the sword. Nanbatian roared furiously. An extremely overbearing sword light directly slashed out from the depths of the chaos, and within the sword light, a figure could actually be vaguely seen. One with the sword. Seeing this, the sword slave had no choice but to get serious. This fellow's sword Dao cultivation was still passable. Of course, this one with the sword killing move wasn't too abnormal. With the sword slave's sword Dao cultivation, one with the sword was just a child's play. When I was playing with the sword, who knows where you were playing with the mud? The sword slave waved his hand, and the 9 rays of sword light that were repelled immediately flew back. Then, the 9 swords merged into one and stabbed forward. Clang! The tip of the sword slave's divine sword directly collided with Nanbatian's one with the sword, and a ball of resplendent sword light burst out. Rays of sword light flew out in all directions, slicing through the chaos and destroying everything. The sword slave's sword light blocked Nanbatian's one with the sword. Kill! The sword slave let out an angry roar, and the power of the sword light in his hand increased exponentially. In the next moment, Nanbatian, who was one with the sword, was met with tragedy. The giant sword light immediately collapsed. When the sword light collapsed, Nanbatian, who was one with the sword, naturally collapsed as well. The destructive sword light dissipated in the void. However, Nanbatian cultivated the undying tyrant body. Although his divine body was shattered into countless pieces, he still didn't die. Rays of divine light rushed over from all directions and gathered together. An extremely domineering figure appeared in the chaos once again. When the sword slave saw this, his expression was still calm like an ancient well without any ripples. The stronger the opponent, the more potential it could stimulate. Buzz! The sword Dao power that burst out from the sword slave's body was even stronger, and there was a faint sword cry coming from his body. It was as if he had turned into the ancestor of all swords. At this moment, in the starry sky outside of the chaos, the sword on Song Kei's body was actually vibrating, as if it would fly out from his body at any time. What's going on? Song Kei was inexplicably shocked. However, at this moment, a scene that made Song Kei and the others dumbfounded appeared. In the surrounding starry sky, there was actually the sound of countless swords being unsheathed. Then, countless sword lights flew over from all directions. Aya! My sword! In the distant sky, a middle-aged sword cultivator directly unsheathed a divine sword on his back, and it instantly turned into a ray of divine light and flew forward. The legendary Myriad Sword Greeting! Someone exclaimed. Myriad Sword Greeting was definitely the supreme sword Dao divine ability in the hearts of sword cultivators. Once the Myriad Sword Greeting was used, all swords would submit, and it could make all sword cultivators despair. At this moment, even Nanbatian himself was extremely shocked. His sword Dao power seemed to be out of his control, and the divine sword on his body was shaking violently, wanting to fly out. If it wasn't for him suppressing the sword on his body, this sword that was infinitely close to an extreme divine artifact would really fly out from his body. Myriad Sword Greeting. Chapter 36-24. At this time, an incomparably shocking scene appeared in the starry sky. Countless sword lights flew in one direction. Even on the land of the central continent, countless sword lights soared into the sky and flew towards the starry sky. What's going on? On a mountain in the central part of the central continent, an old man sitting on a boulder opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was countless sword lights flying out of a valley in front of him. Sword Valley. The old man was shocked when he saw this. He quickly stood up from the rock and disappeared into the void with a sway of his body. At this moment, the entire Sword Valley was shaking. It was a mess inside. The disciples of Sword Valley were all scared silly. How many years had it been since something like this had happened in Sword Valley? Is the Sword Ancestor coming into being? In the depths of the Sword Valley was a sword tomb. To be more precise, there was a small mountain made up of all kinds of swords. It was unknown how many swords had been thrown into the sword tomb. On the short mountain of the sword catacomb, there was a black figure sitting cross-legged. This was also an old man. He had been in seclusion in this sword tomb for countless years. At this moment, he opened his eyes and two resplendent sword lights shot out. The sword lights pierced through the void. At this time, the small mountain under the old man's but shook as if something was about to charge out. A powerful sword chi fluctuation enveloped the entire sword tomb. Ancestor Jian-yi. The Sword Valley's disciples looked in the direction of the sword tomb in horror. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud bang resounded, and the entire sword tomb actually exploded. After that, a wave of sword energy that caused everyone to feel despair swept out from the sword tomb. Countless swords flew in all directions. Some unlucky Sword Valley's disciples were directly pierced by the swords and died. In the next moment, all the swords on the Sword Dao cultivators in the Sword Valley flew out and gathered towards a black sword that had rushed out of the sword tomb. Those sword lights were all devoured by the black sword. The heaven-devouring sword has come into being. At this time, the white-robed old man appeared in the sky above the Sword Valley. A black shadow rushed out of the sword catacomb and grabbed the black sword in the air that was emitting the power of devouring the heavens. This was a ferocious sword that could devour all swords in the world. The heaven-devouring sword was a legend in the entire ancestral god realm. No one knew that this peerless, ominous sword was actually suppressed in the central continent's Sword Valley. This peerless, ominous sword had always been in a deep slumber, but at this moment, the supreme sword Dao aura of 10,000 swords actually descended from the starry sky. However, the supreme sword aura of the myriad swords greeting had alarmed the sleeping heaven-devouring sword in the sword tomb. The heaven-devouring sword was the second sword in the ancestral god realm. Because the number one divine artifact in the ancestral god realm was the myriad god ancestral sword, the heaven-devouring sword could only be ranked second. The myriad god ancestral sword was in the hands of Gu Fei, and the heaven-devouring sword was born. Roar! The old man holding the black sword roared towards the sky, and a terrifying sound wave spread out. More than half of the disciples in the Sword Valley immediately exploded and died. Martial Ancestor Jian-yi, the Sword Valley Master, was about to go crazy at this moment, and his eyes were bloodshot. Fuck! The disciple that he had painstakingly nurtured was finished just like that. His heart was bleeding. However, he didn't dare to curse out loud. Right now, the Sword Valley Master was really angry, anxious, and sullen. However, the moment the black-robed old man held the black sword, he fell into a state of madness. He glared at the Sword Valley Master, and two extremely sharp sword lights shot out from his eyes, instantly piercing through the Sword Valley Master's body. What? The Sword Valley Master's shock was no small matter. It was already too late for him to dodge. Just as the Sword Valley Master was about to die from a glare from martial ancestor Jian-yi, a large hand suddenly reached out and blocked the two sword lights. The white-robed old man's figure appeared beside the Sword Valley Master. Many thanks for Senior's help. The Sword Valley Master hurriedly bowed when he saw the old man. He didn't dare to be negligent. Fellow Taoist Jian-yi, what's wrong? The white-robed old man was frightened. At this moment, martial ancestor Jian-yi's aura had changed, becoming incomparably ruthless like a terrifying beast. Martial ancestor Jian-yi ignored the white-robed old man and soared into the sky with the black sword in hand. This is bad. The white-robed old man's expression changed. Martial ancestor Jian-yi might have already been controlled by the heaven-devouring sword. This was no longer a person controlling the sword, but a person being controlled by the sword. Senior Worldly Taoist. The Sword Valley Master wanted to stop the white-robed old man. He also wanted to enter the starry sky. But now, Sword Valley was in chaos. Even the sword tomb had been destroyed. Countless disciples had died, and many more were injured. As the Sword Valley Master, he naturally couldn't leave. Myriad Swords greeting, sigh. The Sword Valley Master was helpless. Sword Valley once had such a peerless sword master, but that was countless years ago. The Sword Valley had a long history, dating back to before the Great War of Gods and Demons. However, that war affected the entire ancestral god realm and caused great damage to the Sword Valley. During the later stages of the Great War, Sword 4000, a Sword Dao ancestor of the valley who had reached the Myriad Swords greeting realm, had perished together with a great devil in a battle. Since then, no one in the Sword Valley had reached the Myriad Swords greeting realm. Even martial ancestor Jian Yi's Sword Dao had not reached the Myriad Swords greeting realm. At this moment, a black sword light streaked across the starry sky and slashed in the direction where the sword lights were flying. What? At this time, the sword slave suddenly felt a dangerous aura rapidly approaching him. Myriad Swords greeting realm. At this moment, in Dongtian City in the eastern part of the central continent, Gu Fei's doppelganger also sensed the aura of Sword Wei coming from the starry sky. He directly grabbed Shimin Yijian out of his inner world, then soared into the sky and charged towards the starry sky. At this time, in the sky, where the myriad swords converged, Nan Batian was extremely shocked. He never thought that the other party was actually a sword ancestor. However, just when Nan Batian was in despair, a black sword light descended from the sky and slashed towards the sword slave. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was indescribably shocked. One must know that once the Myriad Swords greeting realm appeared, all swords would submit to it. Even Song Kei's supreme sword was affected. However, there was actually a sword that was not affected by the Myriad Swords greeting realm. Moreover, it directly slashed towards the sword slave. Chapter 36-26. The sudden appearance of Sword Valley's founding ancestor, one sword from the central region of the central region, shocked many old antiques. One had to know that the founding ancestor had been famous for a long time and was an old antique. However, what happened next left the old-timers in the starry sky flabbergasted. Sword Valley's ancestral Master Sword One had actually been grabbed to death. How is this possible? Everyone found it hard to believe, but they had to believe it because they saw founding ancestor One sword being clawed to death by a mysterious expert. Rumble. At that moment, the void in the depths of the starry sky collapsed and chaotic chi surged. It's you again. A divine will was transmitted from the primal chaos, and a blurry figure appeared indistinctly in the primal chaos, emitting a terrifying and monstrous aura. It's you. Gu Fei's clone sensed a familiar aura. The person in the chaos was one of the 9 supreme figures that appeared in the sky above the Golden Rock clan's ancestral land in the East Continent. Something big happened in the East Continent when the Pang clan was about to be annihilated. 9 supreme figures broke through the void and came to kill Gu Fei. However, the ancestral god realm had the power of heavenly punishment. Even the 9 supreme figures didn't dare to come with their real bodies. They only sent their clones. However, in the end, Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and absorbed the clones of the 9 great chaotic supremes into the cauldron. No one expected such an ending. This was especially so for the 9 primal chaos sovereigns. They were indescribably shocked. How could this Gu Fei be so powerful? He could actually take away their clones. Gu Fei's clone in the central continent was the first to know what happened in the East Continent. That guy from the ancestral god realm. Gu Fei's clone's expression immediately turned grave. One must know that the fellow in the primal chaos was definitely an extreme grade sovereign realm sovereign. However, the power of heavenly punishment existed in the ancestral god realm. An extreme supreme wouldn't dare to appear in the ancestral god realm. Ancestral god realm. Hearing the words of Gu Fei's clone, the monster god, the first ancestor of the earth spirit, and the others were shocked. Even the worldly Taoist ancestor of the central continent was stunned. Only the ancient existences knew what kind of place the primogenitor's realm was. Of course, even the old-timers of the ancestral god realm didn't know much about the ancestral god realm. However, the ancestral god realm was definitely a world much larger than the ancestral god realm. 4,000 the experts there were also much stronger than those in the ancestral god realm. However, even in the eyes of these old fogies, the ancestral god realm was nothing more than a legend. Countless years had passed, and no experts from the ancestral god realm had appeared in the ancestral god realm. But now, an expert from the ancestral god realm had actually shattered the void and was about to appear in the ancestral god realm. To the entire ancestral god realm, it was unknown whether this was a good or bad thing. However, the mysterious expert in the primal chaos who was emitting a terrifying aura had no intention of entering the ancestral god realm. It's just a clone. It dares to fight me over the heaven-devouring sword? A wave of divine will was transmitted from the chaos. What? At this time, the old fogies of the ancestral god realm were stunned. This wasn't Gu Fei's real body, but a clone? How could this be possible? The battle strength displayed by Gu Fei's clone was too strong, but this was just a clone. No one could have imagined it. TCH, who do you think you are? Gu Fei's clone said disdainfully. This guy doesn't even dare to come over. What's there to be afraid of? The primal chaos sovereign of the ancestral god realm was incomparably depressed. If he could go over, he could crush this little guy with a single finger. But the problem was that he couldn't. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish, the figure in the primal chaos said angrily. Then, the figure completely disappeared into the primal chaos. In the next moment, a figure directly walked out from the primal chaos. It was a white-robed young man. He had long blood-colored hair, and there was a god's eye between his eyebrows. Moot Song, kill him for me. The primal chaos sovereign's divine will came from the primal chaos. Yes, ancestor. The crimson-haired young man called Moot Song said loudly. Then, he walked directly towards Gu Fei's clone. With every step he took, his aura rose by a large margin. After taking 9 steps, the blood-haired youth's aura instantly soared to the limit, causing the starry sky around him to tremble. The surrounding stars were shaking as though they would fall from the sky at any moment. The old fogies nearby were incomparably shocked. This blood-haired youth's cultivation and battle strength were too strong. 9 rays of primal chaos divine light appeared on the blood-haired youth's body and revolved around him. I am the 18th generation descendant of the Wood Clan, Moot Song. Brat, you dare to provoke my ancestor? Tell me your name if you have the guts. The crimson-haired youth arrived in front of Gu Fei's avatar in an incomparably domineering manner. He then stared at Gu Fei's avatar arrogantly and spoke in an incomparably disdainful tone. Haha, so that turtle hiding in the primal chaos is your 18th generation ancestor? Gu Fei's clone couldn't help laughing. What? Is there a problem? The crimson-haired youth, Moot Song, was baffled. Haha. Gu Fei laughed and then resisted the urge to laugh. There's no problem. I'm Gu Fei. Remember that. TCH, what's the point of talking to you? You're about to die. Gu Fei's clone shook his head helplessly. He really was an idiot. You want to kill me? Haha. The crimson-haired youth, Moot Song, laughed out loud. He wants to kill an expert from the primal chaos realm. At this time, even the old fogies of the ancestral god realm were stunned by Gu Fei's clone. How could the primal chaos realm's experts be killed so easily? Gu Fei's clone couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. In the next moment, he vanished into the void. Moot Song didn't even think about it and directly punched forward. Boom. With a muffled sound, the 2 fists collided in an instant. In the next moment, the stars within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles directly exploded. The space between the two was instantly destroyed, and a huge black hole appeared in the starry sky. Primal chaos energy was blown out. Swish! Gu Fei's clone appeared in the void, his right leg like a divine whip lashing at Moot Song's head. Moot Song lowered his head and dodged Gu Fei's doppelganger's kick. Then, he spun around and kicked at Gu Fei's doppelganger's chest. Moot Song's heel ruthlessly struck the doppelganger's chest. Hee, that's all you've got. You still dare to show off in front of me? Moot Song was overjoyed, but just as he was feeling disdainful, a sharp swordlight shot out of his opponent's hand and slashed at Moot Song's neck. In the next moment, Moot Song's head was sent flying. Gu Fei's doppelganger still wanted to make a move, but it was sent flying by the force of Kikura's kick. What a pity. Gu Fei's clone shook his head helplessly. If he had been able to withstand that kick, he would have been able to kill this guy. The old fogies from the ancestral god realm were all dumbfounded. Gu Fei had actually decapitated an expert from the primogenitor realm. That was an expert from the primogenitor realm. That's all you've got. What's there to be so arrogant about? Gu Fei's clone didn't care about Mutsong either. It wasn't as if he hadn't killed those fellows from the primogenitor realm before. Mutsong's head and body had already reconnected. It was as if he had never been injured. This kind of recovery ability was truly amazing. It should be known that Gu Fei's clone had also cultivated the 9 heaven-punishing swords. Not everyone could withstand that kind of heaven-punishing power. At this time, the ominous heaven-devouring sword floated in the void, emitting a terrifying aura. Countless Tao patterns were faintly discernible and interweaving on its blade. Swish! The ominous heaven-devouring sword turned into a ray of sword light and soared into the sky, trying to escape. Oomph! A sneer rang out as a huge hand grabbed the escaping sword light. In the next moment, the sword light dissipated, and the ominous heaven-devouring sword appeared in the sword slave's hand. The sword slave took the ominous heaven-devouring sword. The sky-devouring ominous sword trembled violently in the sword slave's hand, and it wanted to struggle free from the sword slave's control. However, the sword slave was an existence that had cultivated the supreme sword Tao of the myriad sword salute, and he was once a supreme figure in the sword Tao. Among everyone present, only the sword slave could take away the ominous heaven-devouring sword. Not even Gu Fei's clone could do it. The expert from the primogenitor realm, Mu Tsong, couldn't sit still after seeing the sword slave take away the ominous heaven-devouring sword. He wanted to kill the sword slave and take it away. Your opponent is me. Gu Fei's doppelganger appeared in front of Mu Tsong and intercepted him. Get lost. Mu Tsong didn't even think and immediately used a big move. His hands moved, and countless divine lights shot out from his hands and pierced through Gu Fei's clone. Buzz! Gu Fei's clone suddenly let out a rumble, and a lump of divine light surged out from his body, blocking the piercing divine lights. You are the one who should get lost. Gu Fei's doppelganger also unleashed his ultimate move. He stretched out his right hand, and a huge palm immediately appeared in the void, slapping towards the guy in front of him. This was the heaven-covering hand. A huge hand covered the sky, and it gave Mu Tsong a feeling that he couldn't dodge it. This feeling was very sullen to him. Damn it! At this moment, the divine eye on Mu Tsong's glabella suddenly opened, and an immortal divine light rushed out from it. The divine light flashed and pierced through Mu Tsong's heaven-covering hand. How is this possible? This time, Gu Fei's clone was stunned. Chapter 36-27. In the ancestral realm, the 18th generation descendant of the Wood Clan, Mu Tsong, displayed his strongest combat strength. The moment his divine eye opened, a destructive divine light shot out from his divine eye and pierced through Gu Fei's clone's sky-covering palm. Gu Fei's clone, Song Ke, the first Earth Spirit progenitor, demon divine, and the others were dumbfounded. Swoosh! The destructive divine light that shot out from Mu Tsong's divine eye pierced through Gu Fei's clone's sky-covering palm and pierced through Gu Fei's clone. Oomph! Gu Fei's doppelganger reached out with his right hand and blocked the divine light of destruction. Is he crazy? How dare he block that guy's destructive divine light with his hand? Someone exclaimed. Even Song Ke, the demon divine, and the others were anxious. If even Gu Fei wasn't a match for that guy, then they would also be in trouble. On the contrary, the sword slave who had just suppressed the ominous sky-devouring sword was very calm. He watched the battle between Gu Fei's clone and the Wood Clan expert from the ancestral realm. It wouldn't be surprising if the Wood Clan's ancestor had the cultivation and combat strength to fight against Gu Fei's clone. However, the Wood Clan expert who was fighting against Gu Fei's clone wasn't the Wood Clan's ancestor, but the 18th generation descendant of the Wood Clan. It was indeed shocking. At that moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger's right palm emitted an immortal divine light, directly shattering the destructive divine light that had pierced through. Then, It instantly appeared in front of Mu-Kara. The speed was so fast that even Mu-Tsang was shocked. Swoosh! Mu-Tsang didn't even think. The divine eye on his glabella opened and closed, and another destructive divine light shot out. The aura of destruction was vast and mighty, and the surrounding void was shaking like water. Oomph! Gu Fei's doppelganger ignored the destructive divine light and slammed his right hand on Mu-Kara's chest. At the same time, his divine body suddenly became transparent, as if he was going to fuse with the surrounding void. What? Kikura only felt that the destructive divine light that shot out from his divine eyes seemed to pass through transparent air. He didn't feel any resistance, which made him extremely shocked. At the same time, he had already been sent flying over 100,000 kilometers away by Gu Fei's palm strike, directly shattering a star. The huge star exploded, illuminating the pitch-black starry sky. Roar! With a furious roar, Mu-Tsang rushed out in an extremely miserable manner. A bloody hole had appeared on his chest, piercing through the front and back. He lowered his head to look at the bloody hole on his body in disbelief. This guy could actually blast a bloody hole in his divine body. How was that possible? Oh, Mu-Tsang was really going crazy. A powerful vitality burst out from his painful body, and the bloody hole on his chest was rapidly healing. In just a few breaths, the huge bloody hole had completely disappeared. The wood race cultivated the power of the wood element, the most primitive power of the wood element. The unique characteristic of the power of the wood element was its powerful vitality. The progenitor of the wood race was a primal chaos divine tree that was born from the primal chaos. This race might not be the strongest in the ancestral realm, but their vitality was something that all the other races in the ancestral realm couldn't compare to. The clansmen of the wood race were very hard to kill, and this was publicly acknowledged in the ancestral realm. Kill! Mu-Tsang went crazy. He immediately turned into a shadow and pounced at Gu Fei's doppelganger. The divine eye on his glabella turned into a black vortex that seemed to be connected to hell and was going to devour everything in the world. As the strongest descendant among the 18 generations of the wood race, Mu-Tsang had always been valued by the progenitor of the wood race. He was one of the few clansmen who could receive personal guidance from the progenitor. He couldn't lose, at least not in the hands of a fellow from a low-grade world like the ancestral god realm. Buzz! The void trembled as the vortex on Mu-Tsang's glabella released an extremely terrifying devouring power. The surrounding void was collapsing and being destroyed as it was being devoured by the vortex on his glabella. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger was involuntarily flying towards the vortex on Mu-Tsang's glabella. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What kind of divine ability was this? A terrifying divine eye that could devour everything? Rumble. Just when everyone was stunned, a thunderous sound came from Gu Fei's body. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body like lightning and tore apart the void. It also tore apart the vortex that appeared on Mu-Tsang's glabella. Preposterous. Mu-Tsang retreated in a panic. The divine eye vortex on his glabella immediately collapsed. His divine eye was tightly shut, and a trace of divine blood seeped out from it. Roar! Mu-Tsang roared in anger. He had a splitting headache, and the divine eye that he had painstakingly cultivated had almost collapsed. You are not a match for me. Let your ancestor fight with me personally. Gu Fei's doppelganger said coldly and arrogantly. Mu-Tsang was shocked and angry at the same time. At this moment, he was shocked to discover that a hand had already imprinted on his chest. In the next moment, he heard a series of bone-cracking sounds coming from his body. In the next moment, Mu-Tsang didn't even have time to think before he collapsed in the void and turned into a bloody mist. However, Mu-Tsang's life force was extremely strong. The bloody mist instantly condensed together, and Mu-Tsang's figure appeared in the void. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger slapped his body again. Mu-Tsang only had time to say the word "I" before he was slapped into a bloody mist by Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, in the next moment, he condensed his physical body again. Mu-Tsang wanted to say something again, but just as he opened his mouth, he was tragically blasted apart by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Song's physical body was blasted apart by Gu Fei's doppelganger more than a dozen times. He could only say the word I. He couldn't say the second word. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but he simply didn't have the chance to. In the end, Song roared in grief and indignation. This roar was truly earth-shattering, because he could finally vent his pent-up anger. Tears streamed down Song's cheeks. He had finally spoken. You're a man of character. What are you crying for? So the fellow from the primogenitor realm is actually a sissy. Is this guy a tomboy among men? The old fogies of the ancestral god realm, who were watching from the sidelines, began to mock Song. What the hell is a tomboy among men? Someone asked in confusion. Song nearly vomited a mouthful of blood when he heard this. Chapter 36-28. Hearing the mocking words of the ancestral god realm's old-timers, Song wanted to die. Most infuriating of all was the fact that these lowly beings were mocking him for liking men. That hurt his self-esteem. He clearly liked women. Song wanted to cry, but no tears came out. All of you, shut up. Song was about to go crazy. No one had ever spoken to him like that in all his years of cultivation. He was the pride of the wood race, worshipped wherever he went. The pearls of the various races all favored him. As long as he waved his hand, the pearls of the various races would all rush to him, fearing that they would be the first to do so. TCH, a sissy is still acting so arrogant? Scram back to your primogenitor realm. One of the ancestral god realm's old-timers gave Song the finger. You deserve to die. Song let out a furious roar, and the tightly shut divine eye on his forehead suddenly opened. A beam of destructive divine light instantly shot out from that divine eye, directly turning that ancestral god realm ancestor into dregs. You. The rest of the ancestral god realm's old-timers paled at the sight. You lowly beings are the ones who are trash. Song swept his gaze around, the eye on his forehead constantly opening and closing. Every time it did, one of the ancestral god realm's old-timers was killed. Lowly beings. The rest of the ancestral god realm's old-timers nearly went mad with rage. This is the ancestral god realm. It's not your place to behave atrociously. At this moment, a white-robed young man charged over from the other side of the starry sky. Then, he extended his hand and grabbed at Song. Gu Fei's clone retreated to the side. He'd sensed many powerful auras in the surrounding starry sky. The ancestral god realm was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Some of the true powerhouses hid themselves from the world, but when the ancestral god realm's people appeared in the starry sky, they couldn't sit still. As old-timers, they naturally knew many of the world's secrets. The ancestral god realm was a place they both yearned for and feared. Boom! With a loud bang, Song's palm directly collided with that expert from the ancestral god realm. Violent energy ripples spread out, causing the surrounding stars to explode. Two figures were moving at high speed. The battle prowess displayed by that white-robed youth was indeed astonishing. He was actually able to fight Song endlessly. This caused those old antiques of the ancestral god realm to be incomparably shocked. Bam! The white-robed youth exchanged a few blows and actually managed to blast Song apart with a single punch. How is this possible? Song instantly reconstructed his physical body. He found it hard to believe that he had been blasted apart by someone else's clone more than 10 times. In the end, the other party was indeed stronger than him. However, who was this guy? How could he be stronger than him? This was something that Song found hard to accept. Those fellows from the primogenitor realm aren't anything special. What's there to be so arrogant about? The white-clothed youth stared at Song in disdain. Lowly life form. What did you say? Song's eyes were red. These low-level creatures actually dared to look down on him. They truly deserve to die. I will kill all of you. Song seemed to have completely sunk into madness. He was about to fight to the death with that white-clothed youth. However, right at that moment, a huge hand reached out from the primal chaos in the depths of the starry sky and grabbed Song before pulling him back. Ancestor! Song wanted to struggle free, But that large hand didn't stop. "Shut up. Don't you feel ashamed?" The wood race's ancestor's icy voice rang out. Moot Song directly shut his mouth, not daring to say anything else. However, just as the huge hand that stretched out from the chaos was about to grab Moot Song back into the chaos, a ray of sword light suddenly descended from the sky and directly slashed the huge hand. "For thousand stop." "What?" A shocked and furious voice rang out from the primal chaos. Since you've come, there's no need for you to leave. Stay here." A voice rang out, and then a figure appeared in front of the primal chaos. A sword slashed out, and a miserable shriek rang out. Moot Song was killed just like that. Kikura's endless life force was forcibly extracted by a sword, and then devoured cleanly by the sword. A mummified corpse fell from the starry sky. It was a pity for the 18th generation descendant of the wood race. He died just like that. This once again proved that one shouldn't act tough, or else they would die. "You." The wood race's ancestor in the primal chaos was enraged, and a terrifying aura surged out from the primal chaos. However, in the next moment, the power of heavenly punishment descended and directly blocked the extreme-grade aura that crossed realms. The extreme-grade aura immediately retreated like the tide. Damn it! The wood race's ancestor in the primal chaos was infuriated. A descendant that he had painstakingly cultivated was killed just like that, and he couldn't sell him. He had to vent his anger. Just you wait. The terrifying aura in the primal chaos was quickly disappearing, but very quickly, it reappeared in the primal chaos. The wood race's ancestor did not dare to appear in the ancestral god realm. "Do you want to take revenge for your 18th generation descendant?" A figure wielding a divine sword stood in front of the primal chaos in the depths of the starry sky and spoke with a cold expression. This person was Gu Fei's clone. He had obtained the heaven-devouring ominous sword from the sword slave. Only the heaven-devouring ominous sword could easily kill the wood race's ancestor. The heaven-devouring ominous sword was a peerless ominous sword that devoured everything. It was probably suppressed in the Sword Valley for too long that this ominous sword was extremely thirsty. As long as it contained spiritual chi, the spiritual chi contained within it would be completely devoured by the peerless ominous sword. Whether it was a human, immortal, god, devil, or demon, as long as they were slashed by the heaven-devouring ominous sword, there would only be one outcome. Their essence would be instantly devoured, and they would die. With the heaven-devouring ominous sword in my hand, why would I be afraid of the wood race? You killed Moot Song. At this moment, a figure walked out from the primal chaos. An extremely powerful wood elemental energy fluctuation erupted from this person's body. "Who are you?" Gu Fei's clone tightened his grip on the sword. The experts in the ancestral god realm were not weaklings. It was just that they had encountered someone stronger than them. At this moment, the white-robed youth retreated to the side because he felt an incomparably powerful pressure coming from the primal chaos. An extremely dangerous existence was hiding in the depths of the primal chaos. At this moment, the figure separated the primal chaos and appeared in front of Gu Fei's clone. Chapter 36-29. In the depths of the ancestral god realm's central continent's starry sky, a chaotic passageway appeared and a powerful figure walked out of it. Gu Fei's clone's eyes narrowed when he saw this person. This person was a middle-aged man in black with a rough appearance and a tall stature. The aura this middle-aged man exuded caused Gu Fei's clone to involuntarily be moved. This person was the same as Zhang Ke and the sword slave. He was once an extreme-grade sovereign, but he wasn't one anymore. He didn't expect the Wood clan's progenitor to find such an existence. This person's body exuded an incomparably powerful wood elemental energy. "Since you killed Moot Song, you shall accompany him in death." The middle-aged man's face darkened as he stared at Gu Fei's clone. A heart-palpitating killing intent erupted from his body. In the next moment, the middle-aged man didn't wait for Gu Fei's clone to speak. He reached out his right hand and grabbed at Gu Fei's clone. Rumble. A huge palm enveloped the entire sky, including Gu Fei's clone. A terrifying energy rippled out from the palm, shaking the world. However, before Gu Fei's clone could react, A furious roar came from the side. A divine light pierced through the void, piercing through the hand that was grabbing at Gu Fei's clone. A figure appeared between Gu Fei's clone and the black-robed middle-aged man. "Your opponent is me." That person stared at the black-robed middle-aged man coldly. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the white-robed youth who destroyed Mu Tsang's body. Could it be him? Some of the old antiques in the ancestral god realm suddenly thought of a person. They were all shocked because this person had an extraordinary background. His background was even greater than Sword Valley's ancestor One Sword and the Central Continent's ancestor Worldly Taoist. There was no doubt that this white-robed youth was powerful. Since you're here to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The black-robed middle-aged man sneered. He didn't seem to put the white-robed youth in his eyes at all. His face was cold and arrogant. It's hard to say who will come to die." The white-robed youth chuckled. Haha. The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed loudly. "Everyone knows how to boast, but those who dare to squeak in front of me, Mu Xiao, have all been sent on their way by me. Then come and send me off." The white-robed youth said disapprovingly. "Kill." The black-robed middle-aged man, Mu Xiao, roared. In the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared into the void, as if he had suddenly merged with the surrounding void. At this time, Gu Fei's clone had already retreated to the side. This was a confrontation between the experts of the ancestral god realm and the experts of the ancestral god realm. The sword slave, monster divine Venerable, first ancestor of Earth Spirit, and the others also retreated to a distance and watched the show from the side. This kind of cross-border battle was related to the reputation of the experts from both worlds, but it had nothing to do with them. One thought God execution. The white-robed youth roared. A beam of divine light immediately rushed out from between his eyebrows, instantly merging with the surrounding void. In the next moment, a figure was slashed out of the void. It was the expert of the Wood Clan, Mu Xiao. There was a bloody mark on Mu Xiao's forehead, but in the next moment, the bloody mark instantly disappeared as if it had never been there. The white-robed youth's eyes flashed when he saw this. This guy was quite impressive, actually dodging the one-thought God execution divine ability. Not bad, but you still have to die. Mu Xiao's expression darkened even more. His figure suddenly blurred, and then a figure instantly appeared in front of the white-robed youth, directly colliding with him. The white-robed youth was startled and hurriedly retreated. His speed was as fast as a phantom, extremely fast. However, Mu Xiao's figure was like a shadow, directly colliding with the white-robed youth. In the next moment, the white-robed youth's divine body actually exploded. What? The eyes of the experts from the ancestral god realm in the starry sky almost fell out of their sockets when they saw this. How could this be possible? Some of the old-timers had already guessed the white-robed youth's identity. It was precisely because they had guessed who he was that the ancestral god realm's old-timers were so shocked and in such disbelief. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The white-robed youth's divine body had turned into a bloody mist that instantly enveloped Mu Xiao. Roar! Mu Xiao roared again and again. He couldn't remain calm, because the white-robed youth's flesh and blood was actually trying to devour him. Go to hell. Mu Xiao gritted his teeth, and in the next moment, his body actually exploded. An extremely terrifying destructive energy erupted, causing countless stars to explode and a large swath of the void to be annihilated. Everyone was indescribably shocked. No one had expected such a scene to occur. This guy is quite ruthless. Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but be moved by this scene. In the next moment, two figures appeared in the bloody mist, moving at high speed as they fought fiercely, each wanting to kill the other. Rumble. The entire starry sky shook. How can such a low-level world have such powerful beings? Divine intent fluctuations came from the other end of the primal chaos passageway. Beings from a low-level world. The old-timers of the ancestral god realm felt the fluctuations and were so angry that their noses were crooked. Fuck. People from the ancestral god realm think they're superior? Divine white-robed. For the dignity of the billions of beings in the ancestral god realm, you have to kill that guy. Someone shouted. That's right. Let these arrogant bastards know the power of our ancestral god realm's experts. Someone shouted, "Bastards of the ancestral god realm, go eat shit." One of the ancestral god realm's old-timers cursed. "You don't know the difference between life and death." A furious roar came from the other end of the primal chaos passageway. Then, one powerful figure after another appeared in the primal chaos, faintly discernible. Every single one of the figures gave off an extremely powerful energy wave. The aura that the dozen or so figures gave off was so terrifying that it seemed as if it could crush the world. Kill all these low-level beings. Someone in the primal chaos passageway issued an order to the ancestral god realm's experts. Then, they walked out of the primal chaos. 16 experts, all quasi-sovereigns. The old-timers of the ancestor god realm in the starry sky were startled by this group of fellows who had crossed realms. It must be known that 16 quasi-supreme beings were dispatched at once. This kind of strength wasn't something that ordinary forces could compare to. This was enough to show how powerful the ancestral god realm's wood race was. The ancestral god realm's wood race wasn't something the ancestral god realm's forces could compare to. Even the central continent's Pang race couldn't compare. Of course, the Pang race had already become a thing of the past. The current central continent was dominated by the primal chaos golden rock race. Some of the ancestral god realm's experts were truly frightened by the wood race's lineup. The auras of 16 quasi-sovereigns converged together, forming a pressure so powerful that even the heavens and earth paled in comparison. It was so powerful that everyone felt as if they were suffocating. "All of you, come at me together." An old man who was the leader of the wood race's 16 quasi-sovereigns swept his gaze over the ancestral god realm's old-timers and said arrogantly, "What?" The ancestral god realm's old-timers were indescribably enraged. These fellows were too arrogant. They'd never seen anyone so arrogant. "Everyone, let's attack together and kill these bastards." One of the ancestral god realm's old-timers roared and attacked the 16 quasi-sovereigns. He waved his right hand and countless rays of sword light descended from the sky, raining down on the wood race's quasi-sovereigns. Each ray of sword light tore through the void. The 16 quasi-sovereigns had no intention of dodging in the face of such a ferocious attack. Instead, a short and stout fellow walked out from among them. Then, the short and fat fellow opened his mouth and inhaled. The countless sword lights that descended from the sky all flew into his mouth and were swallowed in one gulp. "What?" The ancestral god realm's old-timers were dumbfounded. These fellows from the ancestral god realm were actually this strong? In the next moment, the fat man spat at the old fogey, and the countless sword lights he had devoured turned into a gale that shot toward the old fogey from the ancestor god realm. The ancestral god realm's old-timers were shocked beyond belief. Before he could even process what was happening, the rays of sword light pierced through his divine body. In the next moment, the ancestral god realm's old-timers breathed their last. Everyone was indescribably shocked. These fellows from the ancestral god realm were actually so freakish. Were they even going to let them live? At this time, these fellows from the primogenitor realm had thoroughly enraged countless experts of the ancestral god realm. In the next moment, countless divine artifacts flew up and smashed towards the 16 quasi-sovereigns of the primogenitor realm, emitting ripples of power that shook the heavens. But it was that fat man again. He opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking in all the divine artifacts flying toward the ancestral god realm's quasi-sovereigns, and swallowed them all. The ancestral god realm's old-timers were dumbfounded. Was this guy a heaven-devouring beast? How could he eat so much? Rumble. The entire void was shaking. It was as if this fatty could swallow the surrounding void into his stomach. How is this possible? Chapter 36:30. The wood race's primogenitor had used a great divine ability to open up a primal chaos passageway that connected the ancestral god realm and the ancestral god realm. He wanted to take the ominous Sky Devourer sword. Unfortunately, someone didn't want to let him take away the second most powerful divine weapon in the ancestral god realm. But now that the situation had developed to the point where even Gu Fei's clone didn't resemble it, everyone's attention was no longer on the ominous Sky Devourer sword. The situation had turned into a conflict between the ancestral god realm's old-timers and the wood race. The 16 quasi-sovereigns of the wood race had crossed over to the ancestral god realm, stunning the ancestral god realm's old-timers. The wood race was just one race in the ancestral god realm, but they could easily dispatch 16 quasi-sovereigns. They were strong enough to sweep through the entire ancestral god realm. Some of the ancestral god realm's old-timers were shocked when they thought of this. Is the ancestral god realm really as the legends say? Is it the origin of all worlds? The worldly Taoist muttered to himself. At this time, the short and fat guy from the Wood clan of the primogenitor realm displayed a divine ability that shocked everyone. He was like a heaven-devouring beast, swallowing all the divine artifacts the antiques of the ancestral god realm had taken out. In the next moment, the ancestral god realm's old-timers paled. They lost contact with the divine weapons the fatty had swallowed. How is this possible? A white-haired, black-robed youth suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech. A bloody gash actually split open on his forehead, and a trace of blood directly seeped out from the wound. My divine weapon! The white-haired young man became dispirited. His god artifact had actually been refined by the fatty. He had completely lost the god artifact he had cultivated for countless years. Self-refined divine weapons were closely related to the cultivator themselves. A portion of their cultivation was tied to the divine weapon, so the destruction of it would be a huge blow to the cultivator themselves. Aside from the white-haired youth, many of the ancestral god realm's old-timers felt the impact and retreated. What a guy! When they witnessed this scene, those seniors that hadn't made a move earlier were extremely shocked. Could it be that this fellow obtained the inheritance of the legendary heaven-devouring beast? At this time, Gu Fei's clone was thinking about another matter. This matter was very important. It seemed like the ancestral realm wasn't affected. Extreme Tao Supremes could still appear in the ancestral realm. Could it be that only the ancestral god realm and the other worlds were affected by the heavenly punishment? If that was really the case, then who was the one behind all of this? To be more precise, which group of people was the one behind all of this? After all, even an extreme-grade sovereign wouldn't be able to suppress all the extreme-grade sovereigns in this world by himself. Even the old antiques of the ancestral god realm, who had lived for countless years, did not know about such a great secret of heaven and earth. Only existences at the level of extreme supreme beings were qualified to know about it. Although Gu Fei's avatar was curious, he could only vaguely guess some things. Boom! At this time, a loud explosion rang out. The white-robed divine sovereign and Mu Shao of the Wood clan were rapidly moving through the starry sky. Their power was infinitely close to the extreme-grade sovereign realm, and they were constantly clashing. Circles of destructive power spread out in all directions. Stars exploded one after another, like the most beautiful fireworks, dissipating in the starry sky. Kill! The white-robed divine sovereigns killing intent soared into the sky. Heaven and earth paled in comparison, and the souls of countless living beings trembled. After that, the entire void in front of the white-robed divine, honorable god collapsed. The destructive power turned into a torrent and swept directly toward Mu Shao. Cosmic palm! Mu Shao shouted and thrust his palm forward. Yin and yang energies surged and intertwined in his palm, as if a world was evolving in his palm. The torrent of destructive energy was completely devoured by the vortex in his palm. Even the white-robed divine sovereign was sucked into Mu Zhao's palm. Cosmic upheaval! The white-robed divine sovereign roared, and a powerful force of the divine way surged out of his body. This force stirred up the world and shattered the void. He broke through Mu Zhao's technique and appeared in front of Mu Shao in an instant. He reached out and grabbed Mu Zhao's head. Swoosh! Mu Shao left an afterimage where he stood, and his real body had already retreated hundreds of meters away. He was extremely fast. The white-robed divine sovereign's grab only destroyed an afterimage. Buzz! At this time, there was a rumble from Mu Zhao's body. 9 beams of chaotic divine light rushed out of his body and pierced through the white-robed divine sovereign. This is white-robed divine Venerable's pupils constricted. Each of the 9 beams of chaotic divine light was wrapped in a battle spear. Those were chaotic divine weapons, and they were definitely of a higher quality than the divine weapons in the ancestral god realm. 5 elements, absolute kill. The white-robed divine honor lord immediately used his famous magic power. His body became blurry, and his figure instantly split into 5 shadows, moving quickly in the starry sky. The 5 elements' divine power erupted, and the 5 afterimages dodged the 9 beams of chaotic divine light and surrounded Mu Xiao in an instant. What? Mu Xiao's shock was no small matter. He hadn't even finished his thoughts when the 5 afterimages charged towards him. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the 5 elements' divine power exploded Mu Xiao's body. The 5 elements' divine power exploded, and even the blood mist that Mu Xiao's body had turned into was destroyed. It was important to know that each of the 5 afterimages of the white-robed divine sovereign was a type of 5 elements' divine power. When the 5 elements' divine power collided, the destructive power that erupted was definitely several times stronger than a single fire elemental power, metal elemental power, or any other elemental power. What? That powerful primogenitor realm expert was killed by the hierarch just like that? Seeing this scene, someone cried out in surprise. The white-robed divine Venerate cultivated the 5 elements sacred art and was also known as the 5 elements divine Venerate. Although the 5 elements divine Venerate looked young, he was a true ancient being. Even during the great war of gods and demons, the white-robed supreme divinity had already risen and killed countless demons. However, during the final stage of the great war of gods and demons, the 5-element divinity disappeared without a trace. Some people said that he fought with a demon and perished together with the demon. But now, it seemed that it was all just a rumor. Not only did the divine sovereign not die, but he had even jumped out and killed an expert from the Wood clan. That wasn't an ordinary expert, but an existence infinitely close to the Wood clan's supreme level. He had once been an extreme Dao sovereign. However, at this moment, bits of chaos with elemental essence Qi gathered in the void, and a blurry figure began to appear in the void. He's still alive? The power of the 5 elements surged as the divine sovereign appeared in the void. He extended his right hand, and the figure flew towards him. It shrunk rapidly and was caught in his hand. In the next moment, a ball of 5 elemental divine fire appeared in his hand and refined the wood elemental essence into nothingness. An enraged consciousness came from the other end of the chaotic passageway. Mu Xiao's death was a great loss to the Wood clan of the ancestral realm. Given time, Mu Xiao would be able to fully recover his extreme Dao cultivation and become an extreme Dao sovereign. Extreme Dao sovereigns were influential existences in the ancestral realm. The Wood clan had great ambitions and had long set their sights on the ancestral god realm. They were the ones behind the chaos in the ancestral god realm. What? Come and fight me if you have the guts. The divine sovereign's expression was frosty. You're pissing me off. If I could get there, I could squash a bug like you with a single finger. On the other end of the chaotic passageway, the Wood clan's progenitor was infuriated. He couldn't kill his way over. It was those guys' fault. The Wood clan's progenitor was furious. Due to the existence of heavenly punishment, he could only send quasi-supreme experts into the ancestral god realm. He didn't dare to come over from the other end of the chaotic passageway. TCH, you're not ashamed to talk big. Come and try. Do you believe I won't blow your soul away with one breath? The divine sovereign was very disdainful, but he knew that the Wood clan's progenitor wouldn't dare to come over. Just you wait. It won't be long before I go over and destroy this world. The Wood clan's progenitor said hatefully. I think you should just hide in the ancestral realm. It's very dangerous here. It won't be good if you die the moment you come over. The divine sovereign mocked. Roar. The Wood clan's progenitor was completely enraged. At that moment, the chaotic energy in the chaos passageway surged. A chaotic figure rushed out of the chaos passageway and instantly appeared in front of Divine Supremacy 5 element. This, Divine Supremacy 5 elements jumped in fright. The next moment, a powerful force slammed into his body, sending him flying thousands of miles away. He only came to a stop after smashing through several stars. Damn it! On the other end of the chaotic passageway, the Wood clan's progenitor was very unwilling. He wanted to kill the divine sovereign in one go, but he underestimated the latter. Preposterous. Divinity of 5 elements rushed back from afar. Half of his body was gone, but the flesh and bones of the wound were rapidly growing back. Soon, the half of his body was completely healed. And, at this time, Gu Fei's clone suddenly looked into the depths of the sky. He could vaguely sense an unusual aura appearing between heaven and earth. What? Chapter 36-31. The ancestral god realm was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The Wood Clan's progenitor had gravely underestimated those old fogies. Thus, tragedy befell the Wood Clan. Even an existence like Mu Xiao, a former extreme-grade sovereign, was annihilated by Hierarch Pentelemental. This was a huge loss for the Wood Clan. The Wood Clan's progenitor didn't hesitate to use a realm-crossing attack to kill Hierarch Pentelemental. However, Divine Venerate 5 Elements was no ordinary powerhouse. Even though the Wood Clan's primogenitor had personally made a move, he had not been able to kill Divine Venerate 5 Elements. Just as the 5 Elements Divine Honorable was healing his injured body, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the sky. The next moment, the sky shattered with a boom. A chaotic divine pattern broke through the void and appeared in the sky above the central continent. Rumble. A terrifying aura spread out from the chaotic divine pattern and instantly enveloped the entire central continent. At this moment, the souls of billions of living beings in the central continent trembled. Extreme Tao energy. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. The divine pattern of chaos had actually released an extreme power, which immediately triggered the power of heaven's punishment. A destructive force descended from the sky and obliterated the primal chaos diagram. The power of the heavenly punishment was unleashed. It was a power that even an extreme-grade supreme being would find hard to resist. However, what shocked everyone was the fact that the mighty power from the chaotic divine diagram actually managed to block the power of the heavenly punishment. What? The cultivators of the central continent were dumbfounded. How is it possible that someone was able to ignore the heavenly punishment? Your time of death has come. A furious roar came from the other end of the primal chaos passage. The next moment, the primal chaos passage crumbled as a terrifying figure tore through the void and crossed over into the central continent. An aura that made everyone's soul tremble crossed over into the central continent. The billions of souls in the ancestral god realm were terrified to the extreme. Even Gu Fei's clone turned pale with fright at this moment. He didn't expect the other party to have such a move that could block the power of the heavenly punishment that could even destroy an extreme-grade sovereign. The old fogies of the ancestral god realm were dumbfounded. Flee. Some people didn't even think about it and directly turned around to flee. That was an extreme-grade supreme being. That guy who had crossed over was an extreme-grade supreme being. Who could compete with an extreme-grade supreme being? For 1,000 no one can escape. The terrifying figure that was crossing over directly stretched out his hand, and the huge palm actually enveloped the entire starry sky. It was as if he wanted to grab the entire starry sky in his hand. It was terrifying. This was the terror of an extreme Tao paragon. A single move was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Haha, they are dead for sure. At this time, the 16 experts of the Wood Clan retreated to the side. At this time, there was no need for them to take action. The primogenitor alone was enough to suppress all the fellows from the ancestor god realm. Of course, the experts of the Wood Clan had no choice but to admit that there were still some existences in the ancestral god realm who could contend against them. However, so what if this was the case? Once the primogenitor took action, no matter how powerful an existence was, their body and soul would be destroyed. Could it be that they would die? Rumble. The giant hand that had appeared in the starry sky was closing in. Countless stars were crumbling, and the entire starry sky was about to be completely destroyed. Powerful figures rushed out from all over the starry sky. They were the ancestor god realm's old antiques that had been hiding to the side to watch the show. At this time, the ancestor god realm's old antiques were panicking. They were like fish trapped in a giant net. They tried to break out, but in the end, they would be caught in the net and die. Preposterous. Five Elements Hierarch was both shocked and infuriated by the scene, but he couldn't think of a way to resolve the crisis in front of him. Buzz. At that moment, the sound of a sword rang out, and an immortal beam of sword light cut through the dim, starry sky, piercing through the huge hand of chaos that was grabbing down. The power of the extreme path was vast and mighty. Sword Slave. Gu Fei's clone's heart shook when he sensed the Sword Dao energy fluctuation. The Sword Slave might not be an extreme Dao paragon, but he was once an extreme Dao paragon. Although the sword in the Sword Slave's hand wasn't the myriad god ancestral sword, it was still a supreme sword artifact. With the divine chaos diagram blocking the heavenly punishment, the Sword Slave didn't have any qualms about using the extreme Dao paragon's power. It was no different from an extreme Dao paragon's attack. Swish. The immortal sword light directly pierced through the chaotic hand, causing it to dissipate in the void.
Amen.
The Wood Race's progenitor, who was crossing over, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The ancestral god realm actually had the existence of the extreme Dao. This was beyond his expectations. No one in the ancestor god realm dared to use the power of the extreme Dao when the heavenly punishment appeared, but that didn't mean that it didn't exist. With the divine chaos diagram blocking the heavenly punishment, the Central Continent's experts had no qualms about using the extreme Dao paragon's divine weapon. At this moment, the Sword Slave had fused with the extreme grade sword that he had refined himself. He had actually used this method to temporarily restore his extreme grade cultivation base. Without any hesitation, the Sword Slave attacked the Wood Clan's primogenitor who was about to enter the Ancestor God realm. 9 immortal sword lights shot out from the Sword Slave's body and instantly pierced through the Wood Clan's primogenitor. Damn it! The Wood Clan's primogenitor was enraged, but the sword light's power shocked him. He waved his right hand, and a primal chaos divine shield appeared in front of him. The 9 beams of sword light shot out by the Sword Slaves collided with the primal chaos divine shield in front of the Wood Race progenitor. In the next moment, a violent burst of sword energy actually forced the Wood Race progenitor, who already had one foot in the ancestral god realm, back. The Wood Clan's primogenitor roared in anger. It wasn't an easy task even for an extreme Dao paragon to cross over from another world. How dare you behave so atrociously in the Ancestor God realm? Do you really think there's no one left in the Ancestor God realm? The Sword Slave sneered. In the next moment, he charged into the primal chaos and chased after the Wood Clan's primogenitor. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. At this moment, the chaotic divine pattern that enveloped the entire Central Continent became unstable under the power of the heavenly punishment, as if it could collapse at any time. Just as the divine chaos pattern was about to collapse, the void collapsed and a total of 18 strands of extreme Dao power crossed over. The powerful extreme Dao power directly poured into the divine chaos pattern in the sky. What's going on? Countless old-timers in the Ancestor God realm nearly pissed their pants. 18 extreme Dao paragons. Didn't that mean there were 18 extreme Dao paragons attacking at the same time? There were actually 18 extreme Dao paragons in the ancestral god realm working together to resist the heavenly punishment. How extravagant! Gu Fei's clone couldn't remain calm either. This was the first time he saw someone who could resist the heavenly punishment. It seemed like the ancestral god realm had made preparations. Rumble. The entire starry sky shook again. Countless stars were on the verge of collapsing. Another terrifying figure tore through the void and was about to cross over to the ancestral god realm. Let me have a go at you. Song Ke roared. He instantly fused with his extreme Dao divine sword and regained his extreme Dao cultivation. Then, he charged towards the terrifying figure that was about to enter the ancestral god realm. Without any suspense, Song Ke also forced the extreme Dao paragons to retreat. Then, they started fighting in the primal chaos. Song Ke and the Sword Slave gained a lot of advantages. One should know that the extreme Dao paragons had crossed over to the ancestral god realm and had to endure the immense pressure of crossing over. This way, Song Ke and the Sword Slave could fight against the extreme Dao paragons. For a former extreme Dao paragons like Song Ke, He could use special methods to temporarily recover his extreme Tao paragons. However, there was a serious shortcoming. He couldn't maintain his extreme Tao paragons for a long time. At this moment, other than the 18 extreme Tao paragons who were supporting the primal chaos divine diagram, there were 20 extreme Tao paragons from the ancestral god realm, including the Wood Clan's progenitor and the mysterious extreme Tao paragons. 20 extreme grade supremes. Since ancient times, there would only be so many extreme grade supremes jumping out during a realm war, right? The battle between the extreme Tao paragons was terrifying. The primal chaos had already exploded. The primal chaos was vast and mighty. The extreme Tao paragon's aura that leaked out caused the hearts of countless experts to palpitate. Fortunately, they weren't fighting in the ancestral god realm. Otherwise, the starry sky above the ancestral god realm's central continent would be directly destroyed, and the entire central continent would be destroyed. At this moment, the entire central continent was constantly shaking under the collision of the extreme Tao paragon's aura. Boom! Just as everyone was watching the battle with their mouths agape, a part of the void in the starry sky suddenly collapsed. A supreme figure directly rushed out of the shattered void. The moment this figure appeared, the void around him was immediately annihilated. He was like a supreme of destruction. He hadn't even made a move, but the entire starry sky was already on the verge of collapsing. How dare you? Do you even want us to live? The ancestral god realm oldtimers in the starry sky despaired. Another extreme paragon from the primogenitor realm charged out and unleashed his extreme god might. Some of the old-timers who were too close to the primogenitor realm were directly hit by the extreme god might and turned into clouds of blood mist that dissipated into the void. These old-timers who had lived for countless years probably never imagined that they would die in such a way. It was truly too unjust. The first Earth Spirit ancestor fused with the primal chaos divine wheel, and an extreme Tao paragon's divine aura immediately erupted from his body. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the extreme Tao paragons and punched the extreme Tao paragons back into the primal chaos. Chapter 36-32. The starfield was shattered, and primal chaos chi surged. A battle between extreme Taos and Supremes had erupted in the primal chaos. A battle of this level was incomparably terrifying and could easily destroy a part of the world. Fortunately, the battle was taking place in the primal chaos. Otherwise, the entire central continent would have been destroyed by the power of the extreme Tao. Billions of lives would have died. This was something that no one was willing to see. One must know that even for an extreme supremacy, countless living beings were a type of resource. If they destroyed a world every time they conquered it, it would definitely be a waste, and no one would do that. Boom! Just at this time, a figure charged out of the primal chaos. A powerful aura of the extreme Tao spread out, shaking the entire starfield. The nearby stars exploded, and the entire world seemed like it was about to collapse. Roar! That person raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. Once again, he dived into the primal chaos. Inside the primal chaos chi crazily tumbled about. Although the terrifying aura of extreme Tao had been greatly weakened by the primal chaos chi, it was still not something that anyone could withstand. The ancestral god realm's old-timers retreated as far away as they could, not daring to watch the battle from up close. Those below the extreme Tao were ants. This saying was absolutely true. Even those old antiques were no different from ants in front of extreme Tao powerhouses. Boom! With a loud bang, a part of the void in the star region exploded. An immortal sword light rushed out of the chaos and a figure appeared in the starry sky. A soul-shaking sword chi fluctuation erupted from this person. This person was Song Ke. He was also a sword cultivator. However, Song Ke hadn't become a supremacy through the sword Tao. His sword Tao was infinitely close to the extreme Tao, and a single slash of his sword could destroy heaven and earth. Of course, such a mighty sword Tao could only be executed by sword slaves. However, none of the sword Tao cultivators would say that they were inferior to others. After all, their own sword was the most formidable sword. Rumble! A terrifying figure appeared in the depths of the primal chaos, wanting to enter the ancestral god realm. The aura of the extreme Tao shocked everyone present. However, even though the primal chaos figure wanted to enter the ancestral god realm, it wasn't an easy task. This was because the extreme grade supremes of the ancestral god realm had to break through the boundary energy in order to enter the ancestral god realm. As for the primogenitor realm's extreme Tao supremes, they needed to break through the world energy, which was also the world energy. There were two types of world energy. One was the primogenitor realm's world energy, and the other was the ancestral god realm's world energy. Even someone as powerful as an extreme supremacy would find it difficult to cross over to the other side of the barrier. Of course, if no one stopped them, the extreme grade supremes of the ancestral realm could enter the ancestral god realm. The problem was that Song-K and the others wouldn't let the extreme grade supremes of the ancestral realm cross over so easily. Kill. Song-K once again transformed into an immortal sword light and charged into the depths of the chaos to fight with that figure. He did not need to enter the ancestral world, so he was not affected by the power of the world. Swish. The extreme Tao level sword light directly pierced through the void and struck the primal chaos figure. Blood splashed out. That extreme Tao supreme from the primogenitor realm was injured. Damn it! That extreme grade supremacy was shocked and furious. His power was affected, or else he wouldn't be in such a passive position. Rumble. The giant figure quickly made a move, and a huge primal chaos hand directly grabbed at Song-K's sword light. When Song-K's sword light slashed on the huge primal chaos hand, sparks burst out. The huge primal chaos hand was as tough as an extreme Tao divine artifact, or even tougher. It was able to block Song-K's extreme Tao sword light. Song-K's sword light broke through the primal chaos as though it was splitting open the sky. It constantly clashed with the huge primal chaos hand, and the sword chi waves dispersed the surrounding primal chaos aura. Seeing this scene, everyone was indescribably shocked. That fellow from the ancestral world actually only used a right hand, and it was only a right hand, but it was able to fight against Song Quebec's swish. Blood splashed out again, and that extreme grade supremacy's arm was struck again. This supreme's palm was trained to the extreme, but his arm was still injured by the extreme Tao sword light. Immortal and indestructible, the extreme grade supremacy roared. Then, a layer of immortal primal chaos divine light emerged on his arm, and in the next moment, the wound on his arm was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Clang! The huge primal chaos hand shook and actually sent Song-K's immortal sword light flying. That giant primal chaos figure was executing a great divine ability, wanting to tear apart the ancestral god realm's world power and enter the ancestral god realm directly. One of his arms had already pierced through, followed by half of his body. Seeing that the extreme grade supremacy was about to enter the ancestral god realm, Song-K couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, over at the ancestral god realm, 20 extreme grade supremacy worked together to break through the realm wall, and they worked together to control the primal chaos divine diagram in the sky to block the power of heaven punishment. What's going on? At this moment, the entire ancestral god realm was in an uproar, and the 4 great regions were shaken. There was actually someone who could resist the power of heaven punishment. How was this possible? The entire central continent was enveloped by the primal chaos divine diagram. At this moment, the experts from the other 4 great regions were indescribably shocked. They realized that they actually couldn't enter the central continent. The primal chaos divine diagram had sealed the entire central continent. Regardless of whether it was teleportation platforms or other cross-region methods, they couldn't enter the central continent from the other 4 great regions. Preposterous. Those bastards from the ancestral god realm. In the East Continent, in the ancestral land of the primal chaos golden rock race, Gu Fei looked in the direction of the central continent, and his eyes constantly flickered. He was very familiar with the aura of the ancestral god realm, because his avatar had entered the ancestral god realm before. There seems to be the aura of someone familiar. Zhonghan appeared behind Gu Fei. After the battle at the Pang clan, he returned to the East Continent and returned the myriad god ancestral sword to Gu Fei. Song-K and the others are still in the central continent. Could it be that those people from the ancestral god realm are attacking them? Gu Fei muttered to himself. It's the primal chaos Fengtian diagram. Xin Ying's figure also appeared behind Gu Fei. He was also an extreme Dao sovereign of the ancestral god realm, so he naturally knew a lot about the ancestral god realm. What? Zhong Han couldn't help but be shocked. How is this possible? Didn't the primal chaos Fengtian diagram disappear for countless years? How can it appear again? A Dao diagram that can resist the power of heaven punishment. Do you think an ordinary Dao diagram can have such power? Xin Ying's expression was solemn as he looked at Zhong Han. Go and take a look. Gu Fei said. Yes, master. In fact, the extreme Dao Supremes of the primogenitor realm had already made their move. This was because the power of heavenly punishment had suddenly appeared in all the lower worlds under the primogenitor realm's rule. This was no small matter to the Supremes of the ancestral realm. Therefore, the appearance of the primal chaos sky ceiling diagram wasn't a coincidence. A mere ancestral god realm wasn't something that the extreme Dao Supremes of the ancestral god realm cared about. This was just a test. They wanted to test the power of the primal chaos sky ceiling diagram. Gu Fei didn't think of this. From his point of view, those fellows from the primogenitor realm were merely taking action to conquer the entire ancestral god realm. However, even if Gu Fei had guessed the intentions of the Supremes of the primogenitor realm wrongly, it didn't matter. Since those fellows from the primogenitor realm had designs on the ancestral god realm, they were Gu Fei's enemies. Gu Fei vaguely felt that the matter that he had been searching for could perhaps be resolved in the primogenitor realm. Perhaps the primogenitor realm would have the answer he wanted. At this moment, in the starry sky above the central continent, deep within the primal chaos, the battle of the extreme Dao was still ongoing. The terrifying might of the extreme Dao surged out from the primal chaos, causing countless living beings in the central continent to be extremely terrified. Song Ke had no choice but to use the supreme divine ability of the Chaos Golden Rock Clan to force the extreme Dao Supremes of the primogenitor realm back. This made the extreme Dao Supremes of the primogenitor realm roar in anger. On the other side, the extreme Dao Supremes of the primogenitor realm who was fighting with the sword slave was a primal chaos exotic beast. This primal chaos exotic beast had the body of a human but the head of a snake. This was the primal chaos exotic snake of the primogenitor realm. This exotic beast's movement speed was extremely fast and posed a great threat to the sword slave. Swish! The primal chaos exotic snake turned into a series of afterimages and appeared indistinctly in the void. No one could see where its true body was. Even the sword slave couldn't find the true body of this exotic beast. Buzz! The sword slave executed the 9 heaven-punishing swords. 9 immortal sword lights rampaged in the primal chaos. Wherever the sword lights passed, even the primal chaos was destroyed. The sword wave that spread out from the 9 immortal sword lights directly destroyed the afterimages left by the primal chaos exotic snake in the void. The sword slave didn't care if these afterimages were the true body of the primal chaos exotic snake. He destroyed all of them without letting a single one of them go. Swish! A sword light slashed one of the afterimages in the void. A miserable shriek resounded as a figure fell out of the void. This fellow was the primal chaos exotic snake. This fellow cultivated some kind of secret technique that could penetrate through the power of the world. The other 2 extreme Dao Supremes of the primogenitor realm had yet to cross over, but the primal chaos exotic snake had already entered the ancestral god realm. Fortunately, this fellow's cultivation wasn't the strongest among the extreme Dao Supremes of the primogenitor realm, so the sword slave could still suppress him. The exotic beast's left shoulder was drenched in blood. It was struck by the sword slave's sword light, and there was a deep wound where the bone could be seen. However, the wound was healing rapidly and very quickly. The wound disappeared. At this moment, the primal chaos exotic snake directly spat a mouthful of black gas at the sword slave. The black gas instantly spread out and enveloped the sword slave. The sword servant hurriedly held his breath, but even then, he still felt his vision go black and the world spin, causing him to be extremely shocked. The black gas was poisonous. and the poison was so overbearing that even the sword slave almost fell victim to it. The primal chaos exotic snake race was not to be trifled with in the primogenitor realm. The most basic survival technique of this race was the black gas. After the black gas was spat out, the primal chaos exotic snake's expression became a little weary, as though its vitality was injured. 9 heaven-punishing swords. The sword slave roared and immediately used his trump card. The sword light of the extreme Tao realm erupted from his body. The 9 sword lights dispersed the black gas around him and pierced through the body of the primal chaos exotic snake. The speed of the 9 sword lights was so fast that the primal chaos exotic snake was actually hit. Chapter 36-34. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? This is the internet that provides you with exciting novels to read. The extreme grade supremes of the ancestral god realm work together to seal the entire central continent with the primal chaos sky sealing diagram. The entire cultivation world of the ancestral god realm was in an uproar. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Even during the great war of gods and demons, those fellows from the primal chaos demon realm had never conquered the central continent. Primal chaos. Some of the most senior antiques stared at the huge primal chaos divine diagram above the central continent. They were shocked to the extreme. Did those people come again? The ancestral god realm was the legendary origin of all worlds. It was the origin of all major and minor worlds. The living beings of the ancestral god realm were considered to be superior beings, while the living beings outside of the ancestral god realm were all inferior beings. The living beings of the ancestral god realm could freely travel to other worlds, but it wasn't easy for the living beings of other worlds to enter the ancestral god realm. In the distant past, the living beings of the ancestral god realm had also come to the ancestral god realm. However, for some unknown reason, they left not long after. Since then, the living beings of the ancestral god realm had never returned. But now, the living beings of the ancestral god realm had appeared once again. Moreover, they were all extreme grade supremes. This made all the experts of the ancestral god realm dumbfounded. The living beings of the ancestral god realm were simply too powerful. They were so powerful that all the experts of the ancestral god realm felt despair. At this moment, in the depths of the starry sky above the central continent, the sword slave displayed his might and slashed the primal chaos exotic snake into a bloody mist. However, an existence of this level couldn't be killed so easily. That mass of chaotic blood mist instantly gathered together, and a powerful figure appeared in the chaotic chi. 2 blood-colored divine lights shot out from the chaos. The sword slave wasn't surprised. If this fellow could be killed so easily, then he was too weak. How could the extreme grade supremes of the ancestral god realm be so weak? Preposterous. The primal chaos exotic snake was enraged. Strands of primal chaos energy erupted from its body, causing the entire primal chaos to surge violently. A chilling killing intent spread from its body. Kill. The sword slave couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on the chaos variant serpent. He slashed out with his sword, and an immortal sword light instantly shot out from his hand, piercing through the chaos variant serpent's body. The killing power of the 9 heaven-punishing swords invaded the body of the chaos variant snake. In the next moment, the chaos variant snake exploded. The old-timers of the ancestor god realm were dumbfounded by this scene. This sword slave was actually this powerful. It was unbelievable. At this time, a figure watching the battle from afar had a grave expression. This person was Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan. He had fought with Saber Master Nie Jingyun in Nantian City. In the end, no one was able to kill the other. The 2 supreme masters of the Saber Dao fought until both sides were injured and retreated. However, the forces of the South Continent were completely annihilated by Tsang Quebec. Only Nanbatian and Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan were killed by the 100,000 South Continent soldiers. At this time, Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan was wearing a black cloak, revealing only his face. He didn't dare to act rashly after witnessing the battle strength displayed by Tsang Ke and the others. Moreover, he had already sensed the aura of Saber Master Nie Jingyun. The Saber Master Nie Jingyun was also nearby. He also knew that Nie Jingyun had definitely sensed his presence. Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan had to be careful. If he was discovered by Nie Jingyun, a battle would be inevitable. If he alerted the experts on Song Kei's side, he wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. Kill. When the Chaos Variant Snake reformed its body again, the sword slave stabbed the Chaos Variant Snake's head with his sword again. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Chaos Variant Snake turned into a cloud of blood mist again. This made him extremely miserable. Just as the sword slave had gained the upper hand, the first ancestor of the Earth's spirit realm was in danger. The supreme martial artist he was fighting was so powerful that he couldn't help but be moved. Boom! With a loud rumble, the extreme supreme of the ancestral realm sent the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan flying tens of thousands of miles away. The extremely violent power of the extreme supreme of the extreme supreme of the primordial realm spread out. The starry sky outside the depths of the primordial chaos trembled violently as if it would collapse at any moment. Roar! The figure in the chaos roared angrily. He actually walked out of the chaos. The person who could send the first ancestor of the Earth's spirit realm flying with a single palm strike was a tall, skinny, and sallow youth. Love, go little, say net. The youth looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness. He gave off a sickly feeling. I'm finally here. The seemingly weak youth had actually passed through the force field formed by the realm power of the ancestral god realm and entered the ancestral god realm. The youth looked around before he soared into the sky and rushed out of the chaos into the central continent of the ancestral god realm. However, at this moment, a figure rushed over and stopped him. This person was the first ancestor of the Earth's spirit realm that he had just sent flying. You. When the first ancestor of the Earth's spirit realm saw that the supreme martial artist from the ancestral god realm had actually broken through the realm power and entered the ancestral god realm, he was truly shocked. Currently, the central continent was sealed by the divine map of the ancestral god realm. The power of heavenly punishment was isolated outside the central continent. At this time, the power of a supreme martial artist would not be affected by the power of heavenly punishment. If this fellow was allowed to leave the chaos, the impact on the entire ancestral god realm would be unimaginable. You are no match for me. The youth looked at the first ancestor and said indifferently. He actually did not seem to care about the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit realm. Is that so? The first ancestor of the Earth Spirit became even more powerful. He fused with the Wheel of Chaos and temporarily returned to the extreme grade plane. However, there was a time limit to this. He could not maintain this state forever. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The sickly youth was very calm and cold. It was as if he was talking about something unimportant. Damn, do you really think that you are invincible in the world? You dare to act tough in front of me? The first ancestor of the Earth Spirit realm was unhappy. He had never been looked down upon like this before. This fellow was only a supreme martial artist of the ancestral god realm. What right did he have to look down on him? He was also a supreme martial artist, at least temporarily. The sickly youth shook his head impatiently. Then, he instantly disappeared in front of the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit realm. What? The first ancestor of the Earth Spirit realm's expression changed. Without thinking, he directly punched forward. The power of chaos was vast and mighty. The entire void in front of him directly collapsed. A figure appeared in the void. Boom! In the next moment, the two fists instantly collided. Two powerful forces exploded at the same time. A transparent circle of ripples spread from between them. The primal chaos aura in the surroundings was completely dispersed, forming a void. The void zone was a zone with nothing. There was no chaotic chi. There was nothing. There was also no light. It was absolute darkness. However, the land spirit's first primogenitor and the sickly youth's extreme divine light lit up the entire void. The first ancestor of the Earth Spirit realm groaned and was actually forced back. His arm felt numb. He looked down and saw that his finger was strangely bent. His finger bones had been broken. Damn it! The first ancestor of the Earth Spirit realm was both shocked and furious. However, the injury on his hand was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His broken finger bones had already reconnected. His bones were growing quickly. In just a few breaths, the injury on his hand was completely healed. It was as if he had never been injured in the first place. You are too weak. The sickly youth shook his head helplessly. It was so lonely to be an expert. It was so hard to meet an expert that he could fight. It was so boring. How dare you act tough in front of me? Be careful of getting struck by lightning. The first ancestor of the earth spirit realm glared at the sickly youth. Sigh. Being undefeatable is the loneliest. The sickly youth shook his head and sighed. Hearing the sickly youth's words, the first ancestor of the earth spirit realm almost spat out blood. This guy was too pretentious. F***CK. Did he really think he was undefeatable? It seemed like this guy was seriously ill. Undefeatable, my ass. The first ancestor of the earth spirit realm roared angrily. He continued to attack. A huge divine will rushed out of his body. It emitted a terrifying aura that seemed like it could destroy the world. It rushed towards the sickly youth. However, the sickly youth directly punched the divine wheel of chaos that was about to be obliterated. His fist was glowing. Boom. The sickly youth's fist landed on the divine wheel of chaos. The first ancestor of the earth spirit realm was dumbfounded. His divine wheel of chaos was actually sent flying by his opponent's fist. A very shallow fist mark was left on the divine wheel of chaos. How is this possible? The first ancestor of the earth spirit realm was truly shocked. His opponent was actually so powerful. His invincible words were definitely not said casually. I want to see exactly what you are capable of. The first ancestor of the earth spirit realm rushed into the sky and instantly fused with the divine wheel of chaos. In the next moment, the divine wheel of chaos exploded with an even stronger wave of power. This kind of power had already surpassed the initial stage of the extreme path. It was much stronger than the average initial stage extreme path supreme martial artist. However, the sickly youth's cultivation was definitely not at the initial stage of the extreme path. He was at least at the intermediate stage, or even the advanced stage. Of course, he was definitely not the strongest extreme path supreme martial artist. Otherwise, this sickly youth could have killed the first ancestor of the earth spirit realm in one move. Why would he waste so much time talking to the first ancestor of the earth spirit realm? Sigh. The sickly youth shook his head helplessly. He punched again. This time, he still sent the divine wheel of chaos flying. This shocked the first ancestor of the earth spirit, who had fused with the divine wheel of chaos. Rumble. Just as the first ancestor of the earth spirit realm was in danger, a thunderous sound suddenly came from outside. The chaotic Fengtian diagram that enveloped the entire central continent actually shook violently. It was as if it could collapse at any time. Someone was attacking the chaotic Fengtian diagram from outside. They wanted to break it open and enter. Chapter 36-35. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? Shuon.net, providing you with wonderful novel reading. The primal chaos divine diagram sealed heaven and earth, as though it had isolated the entire ancestral god realm from the central continent. Countless cultivators of the central continent were terrified to the extreme. Rumble. At this time, the chaos Fengtian diagram suddenly shook. Someone was attacking the chaos Fengtian diagram from the outside. The 20 extreme grade supremes who were controlling the chaos Fengtian diagram were shocked. Outside the chaos Fengtian diagram, four extremely powerful figures appeared in the sky. One of them was surrounded by a divine fire of the extreme Tao level. This guy was the Fire Ape Ancestor. What a powerful force! The Fire Ape Ancestor had been cultivating in the Earth ancestral vein of the chaotic Golden Rock clan for a period of time. His cultivation had almost recovered, but he didn't dare to use his extreme grade strength outside the Chaos Fengtian diagram. With his current strength, he couldn't break the Chaos Fengtian diagram at all. The Fire Ape Ancestor couldn't, and the other extreme grade supremes naturally couldn't either. Zhonghan and Xian Ying came from the ancestral realm, so they knew some details about the Chaos Fengtian diagram. However, they were also powerless. The Chaos Fengtian diagram was a legend in the ancestral realm. It could be listed as one of the 10 great divine diagrams in the ancestral realm. However, Even if they couldn't break the chaos Fengtian diagram, they still had to continue attacking. At the very least, they had to pretend to attack with all their strength. The extreme-grade corpse demon was a little different. Even extreme-grade supremes had to retreat from the corpse poison in his body. This corpse poison could corrode all kinds of energy, including the chaotic energy. Roar! The extreme-grade corpse demon roared continuously. A terrifying corpse aura erupted from his body and enveloped half the sky. The moment the corpse aura came into contact with the Chaos Fengtian diagram's power, it continuously corroded the Chaos Fengtian diagram's power. Seeing this scene, the Fire Ape Ancestor and the other extreme-grade Supremes were a little surprised. They didn't expect the extreme-grade Corpse Demon to be able to weaken the Chaos Fengtian diagram's power. At this time, in the depths of the starry sky in the central continent, the Earth Spirit Clan's ancestor was in big trouble. The sickly youth was abnormally strong. Even though the Earth Spirit First Ancestor had fused with the chaotic divine wheel and recovered his extreme-grade cultivation, he was still suppressed by the youth. I already told you that you're no match for me. Yet, you don't believe me. Die. The sickly youth nonchalantly reached out with his right hand and grabbed at the first ancestor of the land spirit. The first ancestor of the earth spirit felt his body tighten. He couldn't help but fly forward. This shocked him. He had actually underestimated Yi Futian's cultivation. Boom! The earth spirit first ancestor's body shook, and 9 supreme Tao patterns rushed out of his body. Each Tao pattern emitted an immortal divine light that marked the surroundings. The power that enveloped the first Earth Spirit Ancestor was immediately broken by the 9 supreme Tao patterns and dissipated into the void. However, at this moment, a palm had already pressed against the first Ancestor's chest. The first Ancestor was shocked. In the next moment, he felt as if his body had been hit by something, and he flew backwards. As the first ancestor of the land spirit flew back, the terrifying sounds of bones breaking came from his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You can actually block my palm? The sickly youth was a little surprised. One had to know that even a true early-stage extreme-grade supremacy would be annihilated in body and soul after being hit by his palm. What the hell are you talking about? The first ancestor of the land spirit heard the sickly youth's words and spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare this guy underestimate him? He deserves to die. However, this guy was definitely strong. What could he do? His fist wasn't as strong as Yi Futian's. I'll send you on your way, the sickly young man said lazily before disappearing into the void. What? The first ancestor of the land spirit was shocked. Before he could react, he felt his head tighten. Someone had grabbed the top of his head. *T. The first ancestor of the land spirit was scared out of his wits. Just then, a silhouette suddenly appeared and slammed a palm towards the sickly youth. Rumble. A terrifying wave of energy exploded, crushing the chaos and breaking through the void. It headed straight for the sickly youth with unstoppable force. At the same time, the first ancestor suddenly used a secret technique and left behind a fake body. His real body escaped without anyone noticing. Oomph! The sickly young man exerted strength in his right hand and easily crushed the fake body of the first ancestor of the land spirit. Then, he countered with the large hand that was slapping towards him. The sickly youth was unmoving like a mountain, but the person who attacked him was forced back. Haha, interesting. The sickly youth suddenly laughed. Very quickly, the first ancestor of the land spirit reappeared in the void. You've been watching from the side for so long, but you still made a move. The sickly young man turned around and looked at the black-clothed young man who had attacked him. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, looking harmless. The person who attacked him was Gu Fei's clone. The first ancestor of the land spirit was his subordinate after all. If he was killed by the sickly youth just like that, he would lose a lot of face. It's just a clone. If your real body is here, you might be able to fight me. But now, you're just going to die. The sickly youth looked at Gu Fei's clone calmly and said, "You're so good at acting tough. You're indeed an expert at acting tough." Gu Fei's clone gave the sickly youth a thumbs up. I've been very low profile, but I've still been misunderstood. What can I do? Who asked me to be so outstanding? The sickly youth shook his head helplessly. Gu Fei's clone was speechless. Damn, I've seen people act tough, but I've never seen someone act tough so naturally. This person is really shameless. All right, why talk so much with you lowly beings? Time to send you on your way. As the sickly youth spoke, his body split into two and pounced towards Gu Fei's clone and the first ancestor of the land spirit at the same time. When Gu Fei's clone saw this scene, he couldn't help being shocked. What kind of ability was this? Could it be a cloning technique? This technique didn't seem to be any advanced technique. Rumble. The next moment, the two figures of the sickly youth exploded with an extreme level of power. It was as if two extreme-level supremes were attacking at the same time. Die! Gu Fei's clone roared furiously. With a flip of his right hand, a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. He then slashed at the sickly young man who was charging at him. Whoosh! A dazzling ray of light shot out from the divine sword in his hand. It soared for thousands of miles, as if it was going to split the sky and earth in half. The sickly youth was shocked when he sensed the power of the sword coming from the ray of light. He quickly tilted his head and dodged to the side. However, no matter how fast he dodged, the ray of light still managed to cut off a strand of his hair. The sickly youth glared at Gu Fei's clone with bloodshot eyes. I only cut off a strand of your hair. What? You're angry just like that? Gu Fei's clone teased. I'm going to kill you. The sickly youth was going crazy. The next moment, countless rays of chaotic divine light shot out from his body and pierced through Gu Fei's clone. Every ray of chaotic divine light emitted a power that would make even extreme-level supremes shudder. Aya, you're really angry now. You're too petty. Gu Fei's clone continued to tease him. At the same time, he waved the divine sword in his hand, and a sword screen appeared in front of him. The rays of chaotic divine light collided with the sword screen in front of Gu Fei's clone. The sword screen shook violently, as if it could collapse at any time. At this time, the other sickly youth also started fighting with the first ancestor of the land spirit. Even though he was split into two, the sickly youth's fighting power did not weaken at all. How is this possible? The first ancestor of the land spirit was extremely shocked. However, he was once an extreme-level supreme being. After merging with the chaotic divine wheel, he recovered his extreme level of cultivation. He cultivated the great divine power of immortality. Even if he was no match for his opponent, he would not be killed so easily. However, Gu Fei's clone was different. It was just a clone. If it was killed, it would be over for him. However, he had the number 1 divine weapon in the ancestral god realm. The power of the number 1 divine weapon in the ancestral god realm was not just for show. Gu Fei's clone spat out a mouthful of blood on the 10,000 god ancestral sword. In the next moment, the 10,000 god ancestral sword emitted an immortal sword light. On the inconspicuous sword body, 9 ancient and mysterious Tao patterns appeared. In the next moment, an even more terrifying sword principle rippled out from the 10,000 god ancestral sword in the hands of Gu Fei's clone. The power of the 10,000 god ancestral sword increased tenfold. How is this possible? The sickly youth who was fighting with Gu Fei's clone was actually forced back by the sword wave from the 10,000 god ancestral sword. How can such a powerful Tao weapon exist in such a low-level world? It doesn't make sense, the sickly youth said in disbelief. To the great figures of the ancestral god realm, the ancestral god realm was just a low-level world. It was impossible for such a powerful Tao weapon to exist in a low-level world. The Tao weapon in his opponent's hand was too powerful. It made the sickly youth's heart palpitate. Haha, why aren't you showing off anymore? Gu Fei's clone felt the powerful sword principle ripple coming from the 10,000 god ancestral sword in his hand. He was surprised and delighted. The 10,000 god ancestral sword was indeed powerful. One had to know that the 10,000 god ancestral sword had not even displayed 1/10,000th of its power. You think you can defeat me with a Tao weapon? You're underestimating me too much. The sickly youth was still very calm. Chapter 36:36. The sickly youth from the primogenitor's realm crossed over and fought with the land spirit's first elder and Gu Fei's clone deep in space. The sickly youth looked sickly, but his cultivation was extremely strong. Even when Gu Fei's clone and the land spirit's first elder teamed up, they were still at a disadvantage. The sickly youth used a skill similar to the clone technique. His real body split into two and attacked Gu Fei's clone and the land spirit's first elder at the same time. Your sword is not bad. I'll take it. One of the sickly youngster's doppelgangers reached out with his right hand to grab the myriad god ancestral sword in Gu Fei's doppelganger's hand. This Dao artifact was extremely powerful, and it just so happened that he was lacking a suitable weapon. Oomph! Gu Fei's doppelganger's hand shook. Wong! The 10,000 gods' ancestral sword let out a sword chime. Then, beams of sharp sword light shot out from the 10,000 gods' ancestral sword. Countless sword lights instantly transformed. For 1,000 they turned into powerful figures that pounced towards the sickly young man. The sword light took form. The power of the swordway was too powerful. When the sickly youth saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He realized that he had actually underestimated the power of the sword in his opponent's hand. Boom! A beam of human-shaped sword light collided with the sickly young man's big hand. The powerful swordway force actually forced the big hand back. Then, countless sword lights transformed into powerful figures that clashed with the sickly youth's hand. The sickly youth was forced back hundreds of feet. A drop of glaring blood fell from the sky. Preposterous! The sickly youth's right hand was quickly disappearing. He had been injured by the sword power from his opponent's sword. Although it was a small wound, with only a drop of blood seeping out, it made him unhappy. He had not been injured for many years. Even in the primogenitor's realm, there were not many who could hurt him. At that moment, Gu Fei's avatar used all his strength to power the myriad god ancestral sword. At that moment, even more powerful and terrifying figures rushed out from the myriad god ancestral sword. The countless figures were like a mighty army that pounced towards the sickly youth. These figures might have been formed from the killing intent of the experts that had been killed by the 10,000 god ancestral sword. The myriad god ancestral sword was known as the #1 extreme Dao weapon in the ancestral god realm. It was unknown how many supreme existences had died under its blade. The myriad god ancestral sword was stained with the blood of these supreme existences, and it bore the mark of these supreme existences. Without any suspense, the sickly youth was directly engulfed by countless figures. At this time, in another direction, the first ancestor of the land spirit was sent flying by another clone of the sickly youth. Even the chaotic wheel that had fused with the first ancestor's body was almost knocked out by the sickly youth. How is this possible? How can he still be so strong after splitting into two? Earth Spirit First Elder was in disbelief. After he steadied himself, blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Even if a lowly being becomes an extreme supreme being, it is still a lowly being. You can't even withstand a single blow, the sickly youth said disdainfully. In the next moment, he was right in front of Earth Spirit First Elder. A strong pressure of the extreme Tao emanated from his body and shocked everyone. What an arrogant and conceited fellow! Earth Spirit First Elder glared at the sickly youth and said angrily, "So what if I am arrogant?" The sickly youth suddenly laughed. However, his face suddenly flushed red and he could not help but cough twice. Infinite chaos kill? Earth Spirit First Elder could not be bothered to waste his breath on this fellow. He immediately used his strongest trump card. In the next moment, the entire void suddenly collapsed into a series of chaotic cracks. Under the control of Earth Spirit First Elder, these chaotic cracks actually headed towards the sickly youth. He wanted to use the destructive power produced by the collapse of the void to kill the sickly youth. At the same time, he could also send the youth into the depths of the chaos. However, in the next moment, a scene that made Earth Spirit First Elder's jaw drop happened. The sickly youth completely ignored the chaotic cracks that were coming towards him. The chaotic cracks passed by the sickly youth's body. However, as if they were killing an illusion, they could not hurt him at all. The sickly young man charged through the chaos rift and instantly appeared in front of the first elder of the Earth Spirit tribe. His speed was extremely fast. Haha, I was afraid that you wouldn't come. Enter the chaos with me. The first ancestor of the land spirit laughed maniacally. In the next moment, the space around him suddenly collapsed. Even the chaos was destroyed. A black hole appeared out of nowhere and swallowed him and the sickly young man at the same time. This was the power of Earth Spirit First Elder's technique, infinite chaos. The chaotic crack seemed powerful, but the real killer move was this black hole. Roar. The sickly youth panicked. He roared and attacked. He wanted to charge out of the black hole. Extreme intermediate power exploded from his body, and a chaotic divine light appeared under his feet. The divine light rushed out of the black hole. The sickly youth flew into the sky. He was about to be taken out of the black hole by the divine light. However, at that moment, the sickly youth felt something tighten around his calf. He quickly looked down and saw that Earth Spirit First Elder had grabbed his calf. What? The sickly youth's shock was no small matter. Before the sickly young man could react, the first ancestor of the land spirit pulled him into the black hole of nothingness and instantly appeared in the chaotic turbulence. The sickly youth could no longer maintain his calm. He stopped acting tough. The chaos was a place that even extreme supremes would feel their scalps go numb. The primal chaos was a special existence. Every single world, be it a perfect world or a small world with flaws, was created from the primal chaos. Outside of the world was chaos. No one knew how big chaos was, not even extreme supremes. In the primal chaos, if one were to encounter the primal chaos turbulence, even an extreme-grade sovereign would be completely lost in the primal chaos, and it was possible that they would never be able to find their way back. Damn it! The sickly youth was shocked and angry. This guy actually dared to scheme against him. He deserved to die. However, this guy had already let go of him and was swept away by the chaos. The sickly youth was rolling around in the chaos. He couldn't stabilize his body and could only move along with the chaos. Ancestral god realm's low life forms were too cunning. The sickly youth was the extreme intermediate power. Even if he was swept away by the chaos, he was still calm because he couldn't die. Damn it! Very soon, the sickly young man's expression changed. He had overlooked something very important. His forehead was covered in sweat. Then, his aura began to rapidly decline, and so did his cultivation level. He actually dropped from the intermediate stage of extreme grade to the beginner stage of extreme grade. His divine ability had a flaw. As long as the two clones weren't too far away from each other, they could maintain their cultivation level at extreme intermediate power. However, if the two clones were too far away from each other, it would be a tragedy for him. Both his cultivation level and battle power would drop. This was the sickly youth's secret. It was also a flaw of his divine ability. He thought that this flaw wouldn't affect him, but now he had fallen into a trap. At this moment, in the chaos deep in the ancestral god realm's starry sky, the sickly youth's other clone was drowned by countless sword rays. His cultivation level dropped from the intermediate level of the extreme Tao to the beginner level of the extreme Tao. His extreme Tao divine body was instantly pierced by countless sword lights. Roar! The sickly young man's clone roared into the sky, and a tyrannical extreme Tao power erupted from his body. 9 extreme Tao patterns emerged, and they actually shattered the countless sword lights that pierced through him. He rushed out from the countless sword rays. At this moment, a 5-colored sword light suddenly flashed through the void, and the sickly young man's head immediately flew into the air. Then, a figure rushed over from afar. The spear in his hand pierced through the sickly youth's forehead. The next moment, the sickly youth's head exploded. Gu Fei's clone focused and saw that the attacker was the ancestral god realm's 5 elements hierarch. The 5 elements divine honorable had easily killed the sickly young man. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Of course, the sickly youth wasn't truly dead. After all, the one that was killed by the hierarch was only one of the 2 clones of the sickly youth. As long as the other clone that was swept away by the chaos turbulence didn't die, he could recover very quickly. In order to kill the sickly youth's clone, the first Earth Spirit progenitor had risked dragging the sickly youth into the chaos turbulence. At this moment, The first Earth spirit progenitor didn't know where he had been swept away by the chaos turbulence. However, the first Earth spirit progenitor didn't panic at all. Since he dared to enter the chaos turbulence, he naturally had a way out. He had already prepared a backup plan. Crack! The first Earth spirit progenitor didn't hesitate. He took out a jade talisman and crushed it. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the City Lord's residence of Nantion City in the south of Central Continent. The Earth Spirit Clan's army was stationed here to temporarily manage Nantion City. Most of the Earth Spirit Clan's teleportation formation platforms were also set up in Nantion City. Big brother, you're back? The second Earth Spirit progenitor appeared where the Earth Spirit Clan's teleportation formation platform was the moment he sensed the first Earth Spirit Clan's aura. Chapter 36-37. In the depths of the Central Continent's starry sky, the Extreme Grade Supremes battle continued. However, when the sickly youth was killed by Hierarch 5 Elements, the Primogenitor Realm's Supremes, who were high and mighty and disdainful of the Ancestral God Realm's experts, changed their expressions. Especially the Wood Clan's progenitor. The Primal Chaos variant snake that crossed over wasn't the Wood Clan's progenitor. The Wood Clan's progenitor wouldn't enter the Ancestral God Realm so easily. The Primal Chaos variant snake that was killed by the Sword Slave was actually an elder of the Wood Clan. The Wood Clan's progenitor was so angry that he vomited blood. The Wood Clan had suffered a huge loss this time. 3 of their experts had fallen, and all 3 of them were important figures in the Wood Clan. The Wood Clan's progenitor's heart was bleeding. Damn it! Since when did the Ancestral God Realm have so many experts? The Wood Clan's progenitor sat, cross-legged on the other side of the Chaos Passageway. His faint figure exuded an extreme divine might that could shake the heavens. Chaotic aura surged around him. It was as if a world was being created and evolving. Swoosh! At that moment, a chaotic figure rushed out of the Wood Clan's progenitor's body and entered the Ancestral God Realm through the other end of the Chaos Passageway. The Chaos Passageway opened by the Wood Clan's progenitor could send experts below the Supremes into the Ancestral God Realm. Boom! A shocking power erupted from the blurry figure, causing the entire Chaos Zone to tremble violently. It was terrifying to the extreme. Another one who's here to die? The Sword Slave stood in the void with a sword shadow looming over his body. The sword energy of the Supremes spread out and destroyed the chaotic aura. Here to die? Haha. The blurry figure burst into laughter. In the next moment, an extreme divine might erupted from the figure and dispersed the surrounding chaotic aura. It's just a clone. The Sword Slave looked at the figure in front of him expressionlessly. It's enough to kill you, the figure said fiercely. 2 blood-red eyes shot out of the figure's eyes, and the extreme divine might that erupted from his body became even stronger. Wood Clan's old geezer, if you want to fight, come with your real body. You want to kill me with just a clone? Was your head kicked by a donkey? The Sword Slave spoke in a disdainful tone. Was this fellow hired by a monkey to fool around? Rumble. The incarnation of the Wood Clan's primogenitor didn't speak any further. Instead, he slammed his palm towards the Sword Slave. Terrifying energy erupted and countless vines suddenly appeared in the void, wrapping around the Sword Slave. Countless plants grew frantically in the entire primal chaos void. The vitality of the entire primal chaos suddenly became extremely strong. However, it was fatal to the Sword Slaves. The entire chaos was enveloped by the extreme power of the Wood race's primogenitor's clone. Swoosh! The Sword Slave didn't move, but an incomparably sharp sword light directly rushed out from his body. With a flash of the sword light, the vines that were entangling him were immediately severed and dissipated in the void. After the sword light destroyed countless vines, it made a turn in the void and pierced through the clone of the Wood Clan's primogenitor. The huge hand of the Wood Clan's primogenitor's clone instantly collided with the sword light, and there was a sound of metal colliding. The next moment, the huge hand of the Wood Clan's primogenitor's clone was directly penetrated by the sword light, and countless Tao patterns dissipated. Humph! The incarnation of the Wood Clan's primogenitor sneered, and slapped the sword light with his right hand. The sword light was slapped away. It's just an incarnation. How could it be so powerful? At this time, Gu Fei's incarnation, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but be moved. After the sickly teenager's other incarnation was killed by the Five Elements God Ancestor, he and the Five Elements God Ancestor had no opponents. The first Earth Spirit Ancestor also returned from the chaotic turbulence and re-entered the depths of the starry sky. At this time, in another place, Song Ke was in a tough battle. Because his opponent was very strong, the Supreme Master of the Ancestral Realm had already entered the Ancestral God Realm with a small part of his body. This extreme Tao supremacy from the Primogenitor Realm had an extreme Tao hand that was even stronger than an extreme Tao treasure. This hand could be said to be immortal, and it constantly clashed with Song Ke's extreme Tao sword. Song Ke's extreme Tao sword was sent flying every time. "Little guy, go to hell!" The Supreme Master of the Ancestral Realm roared. A black hole suddenly appeared in the palm of the Supreme Hand of the Ancestral Realm. A heaven-devouring power came out of the black hole and instantly enveloped Song Quebec. What? Song Ke was shocked and flew forward involuntarily. The moment when Song Ke was about to be swallowed by the black hole in the palm of the Supreme Hand of the Ancestral Realm, a sword light fell from the sky. With a flash of the sword light, the Supreme Master of the Ancestral Realm's arm was immediately chopped off. Roar! The Supreme Master of the Ancestral Realm roared to the sky. Originally, a small part of his body had entered the Ancestral God Realm, but at this time, he retracted it. The Supreme Hand of the Ancestral Realm had been chopped off, so why didn't he retract it? Was he waiting to be killed? At this moment, 4,000, the Supreme Hand of the Ancestral Realm, suddenly flew up and instantly flew back to the Supreme Master's body. The severed arm instantly reconnected. At the same time, a figure appeared beside Song Quebec, Taoist Gu. When Song Ke saw that person, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Gu Fei's clone had arrived. These guys from the Ancestral Realm were in trouble. Although it was a clone, the Tao weapon in his hand was extraordinary. The myriad God Ancestral Sword's power was unquestionable. Ordinary Supreme Masters really couldn't defeat the myriad God Ancestral Sword. Rumble. The void in front of them shook violently. An extremely powerful figure directly broke through the boundary power and crossed over. A Supreme Hand of the Ancestral Realm grabbed at Gu Fei's clone and Song Quebec. The huge hand instantly enveloped the entire void. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's doppelganger and Song Ke were actually caught by the extreme Tao hand that broke through the boundary power. What? Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. How could this be possible? Gu Fei's clone and Song Ke weren't weaklings. No matter how powerful this extreme-grade sovereign from the Primogenitor Realm was, it was impossible for him to capture them at the same time. However, this was the truth. Even the Five Elements Hierarch and the First Earth Spirit Primogenitor were dumbfounded. In the next moment, a ray of sword light rushed out from the Supreme Hand of the Ancestral Realm. The Supreme Hand of the Ancestral Realm was cut open and two figures rushed out from the Supreme Hand of the Ancestral Realm. At this moment, the chaotic Fengtian diagram that enveloped the entire central continent was shaking violently. The power of heaven's punishment kept increasing and pressed down on the chaotic Fengtian diagram. The power of heaven's punishment was so powerful that one or two Supreme Masters could not resist it. Even if the 20 Supreme Masters of the Ancestral Realm attacked together, it would be difficult for them to resist the power of heaven's punishment. However, it was different with 20 Supreme Masters and the chaotic Fengtian diagram. We can't hold on any longer. Kill them quickly. At this moment, a spiritual force fluctuation was suddenly transmitted from the Ancestral Realm. What? Sensing the spiritual force fluctuation, the experts of the Ancestral Realm could not help but change their expressions. Kill. Gu Fei's clone roared and slashed at the extreme-grade sovereign's hand with his sword. A sword aura fluctuation that could even make an extreme-grade sovereign's heart palpitate spread out. The supreme sword light that rushed out from Gu Fei's hand split the Supreme Hand of the Ancestral Realm into two. However, in the next moment, the Supreme Hand of the Ancestral Realm merged back together and recovered. The speed of recovery was too fast. Dark samsara? The supreme master of the ancestral realm roared, and two divine lights, one black and one white, appeared in the void. Then, a huge whirlpool appeared between heaven and earth. Rumble. The surrounding chaotic aura gathered towards the whirlpool and was instantly devoured by the black and white whirlpool. The whirlpool seemed to be connected to a samsara world. Gu Fei's clone and Song Ke flew towards the whirlpool involuntarily. Heaven-splitting sword. Gu Fei's clone roared and desperately activated the deity ancestral sword in his hand. He directly slashed out an unimaginably powerful sword light. In the next moment, the huge whirlpool was actually split into two by Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's doppelganger felt his body loosen up. The oppressive pressure that had been pressing down on him to the point of suffocation actually receded like the tide and quickly disappeared. Go to hell. Song Ke also attacked. A dazzling sword light rushed out from his body and slashed towards the blurry figure in front of him. However, the supreme hand of the ancestral realm blocked forward and blocked the sword light and Song Ke's sword light from Gu Fei's clone. A figure appeared in the void. The supreme master of the ancestral realm had finally crossed the boundary and arrived. A powerful aura spread from his body, causing the heavens to tremble. *T. Song Ke's expression turned solemn. Hee. Interesting. Gu Fei's clone stared at the guy who crossed the boundary. At this moment, the battle blood in his body was boiling. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and his murderous aura was shocking. One should know that it was not easy for Gu Fei's clone to encounter a powerful opponent. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. Die. The chaotic figure did not say anything. He directly roared and extended his hand, crushing towards Gu Fei's clone and Song Quebec rumble. There were sounds of wind and thunder in the chaos. The chaotic aura below the huge hand was directly obliterated. The power displayed was terrifying. You're courting death. Song Ke and Gu Fei's avatars roared. In the next moment, a gigantic figure appeared in the chaos. The figure raised his sword and slashed, splitting the terrifying hand that was slapping down into two. Chapter 36-38. The Wood Clan's progenitor was indeed a little arrogant. He actually dared to use an incarnation to fight against the Sword Slave. The Sword Slave was the incredible creator of the 9 heaven-punishing swords. Buzz. The Sword Slave didn't say anything and immediately displayed the 9 heaven-punishing swords. 9 destructive sword lights directly rushed out of his body and strangled the Wood Clan's progenitor's incarnation. In the next moment, the Wood Clan's progenitor's incarnation actually became transparent, as if it had instantly fused with the void. The 9 destructive sword lights directly pierced through the Wood Clan's progenitor's incarnation, as if they were slicing through the air. What? The Sword Slave couldn't help but be shocked. This guy dared to use an incarnation to kill his way into the ancestral god realm. It seemed that this guy was quite capable. The Wood Clan's progenitor's incarnation roared and directly attacked the Sword Slave. Countless vines directly broke through the void and entangled the Sword Slave from all directions. 9 swords as one. Sweep through the world. The Sword Slave roared furiously, and the 9 destructive sword lights instantly fused together in his hands. A wave of sword Dao energy that could make an extreme-grade initial stage supremacy tremble immediately erupted from his hands. A circle of sword waves suddenly erupted from the Sword Slave's body and spread in all directions. Countless vines that entangled the Sword Slave were directly cut down by the sword waves. Countless vines continuously collapsed, and not a single vine could get close to the Sword Slave. Roar. The Wood Clan's progenitor's incarnation directly roared and fiercely pounced towards the Sword Slave at an extremely fast speed. The Sword Slave wasn't slow either. He directly became one with the sword and turned into an immortal sword light. In an instant, he caught up to the Wood Clan's progenitor. The two figures moved rapidly in the chaos and fought fiercely. Just as the Sword Slave and the Wood Clan's progenitor's incarnation were fighting, Gu Fei's incarnation revealed the heaven and earth law and fought with the mysterious supreme being of the ancestral god realm. Swish. The giant incarnation of Gu Fei's incarnation directly slashed at the mysterious supreme being. A huge sword light directly tore through the chaos and instantly split the opponent's incarnation into two. What? When the mysterious Supreme Being saw this, he was truly taken aback. The fact that his incarnation was destroyed was a huge blow to him as well. However, in the next instant, a terrifying figure walked out from the primal chaos. You're dead. 4,000 yes. That primogenitor realm's supreme Venerable swept a glance at Gu Fei's clone and Quebec. His eyes seemed to have the sun and moon sinking, which was extremely frightening. TSK. Gu Fei's clone raised his middle finger at the mysterious autarch from the primogenitor realm. Kill. The Supreme Master from the ancestral realm didn't say anything else. He waved his hands and two rays of divine light, one black and one white, rushed out from his hands. They intertwined and blasted towards Gu Fei's universal Dharma form. Supreme Yin Yang? The extreme exalts from the primogenitor realm were astonished when they sensed the eruption of Yin and Yang energy. One had to know that the Yin Yang exalt was no small fry. He was very famous in the entire ancestral god realm, but no one had expected that even he would be interested in the ancestral god realm. Chaotic reversal. Gu Fei's universal Dharma form executed one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic reversal secret technique. In the next instant, the two rays of Yin and Yang divine light changed their direction and shot towards Supreme Yin Yang instead. How is this possible? Supreme Yin Yang was dumbfounded when he saw this. This guy could actually reverse his attack. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this could happen. Roar. The Yin Yang sovereign roared in rage and immediately made his move. His right hand pressed forward, directly blocking the Yin Yang force that shot back at him. His body shook as he retreated 5 or 6 steps. Only then was he able to completely neutralize the power of the counterattack. Just as Supreme Yin Yang blocked his attack, Zhang Ke also made his move. An extreme sword light rushed out from Zhang Ke's hand and slashed towards Supreme Yin Yang. Every beam of the extreme Dao sword light directly broke through the chaotic void, displaying great power. With Gu Fei's clone and Zhang Ke working together, Supreme Yin Yang would be forced back no matter how powerful he was. Supreme Yin Yang was both shocked and furious. Gu Fei's clone wasn't even an extreme sovereign, but the sword in his hand made Supreme Yin Yang feel extremely threatened. Rumble. Supreme Yin Yang counterattacked. Boundless Yin and Yang energy erupted from his body, and a black and white divine light appeared in the chaotic void. The moment the sword slashed at the ball of black and white divine light, they were all sent flying. The power of Yin and Yang was unstoppable, as if it could destroy everything. This, Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but be surprised. This guy's cultivation and battle prowess were probably no weaker than the sickly young man from before. At this moment, the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit appeared nearby, and extreme Dao chaotic energy surged from his body. The shadow of a huge divine wheel loomed on the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit. The monster god and the others didn't enter the chaotic void in the depths of the starry sky. One must know that they couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. Those who were qualified to take action were the former extreme Dao Supremes. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of celestial race soldiers from the East Continent were trapped in the Central Continent. This was definitely not good news for Quebec. Although he had conquered the Central Continent, he still needed people to guard it for him. If he couldn't stop the guys from the ancestral realm, everything Zhang Ke had done would be for naught. At this moment, outside the Central Continent, the 4 extreme Dao Supremes sent by Gu Fei's real body were still attacking the Chaos Fengtian diagram. However, they couldn't use their extreme Dao energy outside the Chaos Fengtian diagram. Therefore, it wasn't an easy task for them to break the Chaos Fengtian diagram. Only the corpse energy of the extreme Dao corpse demon could corrode the extreme Dao energy that was spreading out from the Chaos Fengtian diagram. Roar. The extreme Dao corpse demon roared furiously. Powerful corpse energy erupted from his body and continuously corroded the Chaos Fengtian diagram's energy. However, it still wasn't enough. Half an hour had passed and the Chaos Fengtian diagram was still firmly blocking the path of the 4 Supremes. Fight! The extreme Dao corpse demon made up his mind and pierced his heart. A drop of corpse blood flew out, and splashed on the Chaos Feng Tian diagram. In the next moment, countless Dao runes were annihilated and a black hole appeared on the Chaos Feng Tian diagram with the drop of corpse blood as the center. The fire ape ancestor and the others couldn't help but be moved. This old demon was really going all out. Damn it, he even used the heart demon blood. The heart demon blood of the extreme Dao corpse demon was the source of his power. Even an extreme Dao supremacy would be in danger if the demon blood splashed on them. A drop of demon blood could corrode a part of the world. However, such a powerful demon blood could only corrode a black hole the size of an adult's head on the Chaos Feng Tian diagram. Although the hole was small, it was big enough for the fire ape ancestor and the others. Seeing this scene, the fire ape ancestor and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed. Swish! The fire ape ancestor was the first to rush into the black hole, followed by Zhonghan and Xianing. Finally, the extreme Dao corpse demon entered. The extreme Dao corpse demon lost a drop of his heart demon blood, and his vitality was injured. He appeared a little weak, but he still entered the Chaos Feng Tian diagram. Just as the extreme Dao corpse demon entered the central continent, which was sealed by the primal Chaos Feng Tian diagram, the black hole that he had created by using his heart demon blood to corrode the diagram disappeared. The Chaos Feng Tian diagram's self-recovery speed was shocking. Then, 4 powerful auras of the extreme Dao suddenly appeared in the central continent. Every living being in the central continent was terrified as if the end of the world was coming. On this day, many cultivators saw 3 extreme Dao divine lights and 1 extreme Dao devil light soaring into the sky and into the depths of the starry sky. The moment the 4 extreme Dao supremes entered the starry sky, the entire space shook and stars fell from the sky. It was a terrifying scene to the extreme. The 4 extreme Dao supremes rushed into the depths of the starry sky, causing the entire primordial chaos to boil. An even more intense battle erupted. How is this possible? The 20 extreme Dao supremes controlling the Chaos Feng Tian diagram were dumbfounded. Someone actually broke through the Chaos Feng Tian diagram and entered the central continent. The extreme Dao corpse demon was a different kind of existence. It was a living being that came back to life after the death of an extreme Dao sovereign, and this living being cultivated to the extreme Dao sovereign level once again. This was life born from the extreme death. The extreme Dao corpse demon's power was very special. It cultivated the grand Dao of life and death, and the extreme power of death could corrode everything. The heart demon blood of the extreme Dao corpse demon represented the extreme death. Rumble. At this moment, a huge hand directly grabbed down from the sky. Its target was the mysterious autarch from the ancestral realm who was fighting Gu Fei's clone. Who is it? The mysterious sovereign furiously roared. He raised his hand and sent out a palm strike. For an extreme-grade sovereign, every single move he made was filled with immense power. Sometimes, the simplest attack was more powerful than any divine ability. Boom! The 2 extreme powers collided in an instant, and the 2 figures separated. What? Why are you still alive? The mysterious supremes from the primordial realm suddenly exclaimed. I can't live. That person rushed over from afar and said disdainfully. Extreme Dao divine lights rushed out from his body and revolved around him. The oppressive aura almost suffocated Gu Fei's clone. It's him? When Gu Fei's clone saw that person, he couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. The reinforcements had finally arrived. Chapter 36-39. The reinforcements had finally arrived. Gu Fei's clone was pleasantly surprised. For Supreme Supremes had joined the battle, which infuriated the primordial realm Supremes. How could these guys break the primordial Chaos Feng Tian diagram? One must know that the primordial Chaos Feng Tian diagram wasn't an ordinary extreme Dao Saint artifact. It required 20 Supremes to work together to activate it. Buzz. A series of vibrations came from the void as the primordial Chaos Feng Tian diagram trembled continuously. The 20 Supremes from the primordial realm gave it their all and gathered boundless power on the primordial Chaos Feng Tian diagram. The aura from the primordial Chaos Feng Tian diagram struck fear into the hearts of countless living beings in the central continent. At this moment, In the depths of the central continent's starry sky, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the primordial realm and grabbed at the Supremes who were fighting with Gu Fei's clone. Boom! With a loud bang, the primordial chaos chi surged and the two figures separated once again. The two figures faced each other in the primordial chaos as a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. It's really you. When the extreme Tao sovereign from the primogenitor realm saw the person in front of him, he was shocked. You little loach, I didn't expect you to be in Supremes. The Supremes also recognized this guy. Zhonghan, what did you say? The Supremes from the primordial realm flew into a rage. Didn't you hear what I said? Are you deaf? Zhonghan stared at the figure opposite him and said coldly, Kill. The Supremes from the primordial realm roared and soared into the sky. In the next moment, an incomparably huge flood dragon appeared in the primordial chaos and pounced at Zhonghan. Swoosh! A sharp claw larger than a small mountain grabbed at Zhonghan. Rumble! Zhonghan laughed coldly. His surroundings began to shake violently as a huge figure emerged from his body. A large, illusory hand instantly collided with the claws that were coming at him. Although it was only an illusory figure, it was as though an actual Supremes were attacking. The flood dragon was sent flying. Zhonghan's figure disappeared into the primal chaos without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already riding on the chaos flood dragon. 4,000? On my body. Roar. The chaos serpent dragon roared into the sky and waved its mountain-like body, trying to fling Zhonghan away. However, it was as if Zhonghan was glued to the chaos serpent's body. No matter how the chaos serpent tried to shake him off, it couldn't shake him off. When Gu Fei's clone and Song Ke saw this, they were dumbfounded. They couldn't even deal with the primogenitor world's paragon, but Zhonghan easily dealt with him. At this moment, Zhonghan, who was riding on the Chaos Jiao Dragon, reached out with his right hand and broke through the scales of the Chaos Jiao Dragon, pulling out its tendons. Roar! The Chaos Serpent Dragon roared in pain and thrashed violently, dispersing all the chaos chi around it. It's a good belt, Zhonghan muttered to himself. He put away the Flood Dragon's tendon, and with a wave of his right hand, the huge Chaos Flood Dragon's head flew into the air. Swoosh! An ice-cold battle spear flew out from Zhonghan's body and nailed the Chaos Flood Dragon's head into the void. The battle spear not only nailed the Chaos Flood Dragon's head, but also the Chaos Flood Dragon's primordial spirit. The huge Chaos Flood Dragon's corpse floated in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. One should know that this was a Jiao Dragon of the extreme Tao level. It was extremely powerful, but no one could have imagined that it would die here just like that. Zhonghan didn't stand on ceremony and kept the Chaos Flood Dragon's corpse. After all, this was the corpse of an extreme-grade Flood Dragon. It was extremely precious. At this moment, with a thought from Zhonghan, the icy-cold spear in the Serpent Dragon's head trembled. A devastating power erupted from the spear, directly dispersing the Serpent Dragon's soul. Zhonghan opened his mouth and inhaled. Spots of chaotic divine light flew out of the Chaos Flood Dragon's head and were swallowed by him. This was the divine light of the Chaos Flood Dragon's primordial spirit. After swallowing this primordial spirit light, Zhonghan's extreme-grade aura became even stronger. Finally, Zhonghan kept the Chaos Flood Dragon's head. At this moment, in another place, Xianing, the extreme-grade corpse demon, and the Fire 8 primogenitor were making their moves. The Wood Race primogenitor's incarnation that was fighting with the Sword Slave was smashed by Xianying's palm. Then, Xianying opened his mouth and swallowed it. This shocked and angered the Wood Race primogenitor. He didn't dare to cross the boundary and come over. Even the Chaos Flood Dragon had died in battle. This made him feel danger. Since those who wanted to come are here, you can all die now. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from the sky. What? Countless experts of the ancestral god realm in the starry sky were shocked. They didn't know what was happening. Could it be? When Zhonghan and Xianying heard this voice, they suddenly thought of something and their faces changed. Rumble. At this moment, the entire primal chaos Fengtian diagram trembled. The supreme power of the extreme Tao erupted. Countless extreme Tao patterns appeared in the void and intertwined, forming countless extreme Tao-killing arrays. The entire central continent was shrouded by the terrifying array diagram. These array diagrams emitted a monstrous, murderous aura and then contracted towards the center. Wherever they passed, powerful figures were directly obliterated in the void, their bodies and souls destroyed. Sensing this, countless experts of the ancestral god realm in the central continent were dumbfounded, especially those extreme grade supremes. It was obvious that the extreme grade supremes of the ancestral god realm were trying to annihilate the supremes of the ancestral god realm. This time, those fellows from the ancestral god realm were definitely ruthless. They wanted to eliminate those overly powerful existences in the ancestral god realm. As the primal chaos Fengtian diagram shrank, wherever it passed, experts below the extreme grade supremes and those above the sage realm couldn't escape. How ruthless! Gu Fei's avatar sensed all of this, but he didn't dare to move. Those fellows from the primogenitor realm were too hateful. If they succeeded, there wouldn't be a single saint in the central continent of the ancestral god realm. All experts above the sage realm would be wiped out. A chaotic light screen swept across a mountain in the central continent. In a divine palace at the peak of the mountain, panicked voices could be heard. This was a sect in the central continent that was overseen by a saint. However, at that moment, their sect leader suddenly collapsed into a mist of blood. Without any warning, his body and soul were both destroyed. Chapter 3640. The terrifying purge began. The 20 supremes from the primogenitor realm controlled the chaos Fengtian diagram and began to purge countless experts of the sage realm and above. This day was a disaster for all the cultivation sects and cultivation clans in the entire Zhongzhou state. The chaos Fengtian diagram's power was unstoppable. It was a supreme divine diagram that could only be activated by the power of 20 supremes from the primogenitor realm. Moreover, the primal chaos Fengtian diagram was also devouring the cultivation of the experts above the sage realm in the ancestor god realm when they were purging the central continent of the ancestral god realm. As a result, the chaos Fengtian diagram's power would become stronger and stronger. It was a terrifying power that not even the supremes could resist. What's going on? Gu Fei's clone was in disbelief. He transmitted his voice to Zhonghan. Zhonghan and Xian Ying were both supremes from the primogenitor realm. Zhonghan and Xian Ying definitely knew what had happened. Those people are going to be ruthless. Zhonghan transmitted his voice to Gu Fei's clone. What? Gu Fei's clone was stunned when he heard this. The light screen formed by the chaos Fengtian diagram quickly swept across the central continent. Countless experts of the sage realm and above died, and their cultivation was completely devoured by the chaos Fengtian diagram. Boom! At this moment, a loud rumble was heard in Nantian City in the central continent. When the light curtain formed by the chaotic Fengtian diagram swept across Nantian City, a ball of protective divine light immediately appeared and enveloped the entire Nantian City. Rumble. The entire Nantian City shook. The city-protecting divine light that emerged from Nantian City blocked the light screen formed by the chaos Fengtian diagram's power. This ancient divine city had survived for countless years. Even during the darkest era of the ancestral god realm, it had not been destroyed. This time, the ancient divine city was still immortal. The East Continent's army had long retreated into Nantian City and escaped the disaster. What's going on? Could it be an extreme Tao Supreme being? In Nantian City, some of the East Continent's experts were shocked. They felt a powerful force that made them despair sweeping across Nantian City. As the force quickly left, the experts of the East Continent heaved a sigh of relief. The ancient god city was still immortal, but the other cities weren't so lucky. Those cities had sages and above in them? For thousand? As the light screen swept past them, all of them perished in body and soul. It had only been less than an hour since the purge began, but half of the Zhongzhou state was in complete chaos. Countless experts above the sage level suddenly died, which made countless cultivation sects and cultivation families at a loss. Some sects and clans even broke out in internal strife. However, very quickly, Eastern Sky City, Northern Sky City, and Western Sky City all erupted with ultimate power. In the end, an incomparably huge beam of divine light rushed out of Zhongtian City. The divine light rushed into the starry sky and exploded in the depths of the starry sky. A beam of light shot out from each of the 4 great immortal cities. In the next instant, the power of the 5 great immortal cities actually merged into one. Rumble, the heavens and the earth shook. The entire central continent seemed to be turned upside down. A superformation that almost enveloped the entire central continent was activated and then started to operate. What? The extreme Tao Supremes of the primogenitor realm were dumbfounded. How was this possible? The 5 immortal cities that guarded the 5 extremes of the central continent actually had such a shocking secret. The power of the 5 extremes divine cities formation actually blocked the power of the primal chaos Fengtian diagram, blocking it. The 2 superpowers clashed and the void was constantly being destroyed. All living beings in the central continent were extremely terrified. Even the sages were trembling. Gu Fei's clone sensed all this and couldn't help but be shocked. So the 5 extremes divine city in the central continent was actually hiding a huge secret. The 5 extremes divine city guarded the 5 extremes of the central continent. The 5 extremes great formation operated crazily. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would win. No one was able to suppress the other. Go! Gu Fei's clone directly rushed out of the primal chaos and entered the 5 extremes great formation. Retreat. Song Ke directly transmitted to the extreme Tao Supremes. The Fire Ape primogenitor, the Sword Slave, and the rest hurriedly rushed out of the primal chaos and gathered around Gu Fei's clone. Saber Master Nie Jingyun jumped out of nowhere and also rushed into the 5 extremes great formation. Countless old antiques of the ancestral god realm in the starry sky all rushed towards the 5 extremes great formation. One must know that the outcome outside was definitely death. Only by entering the 5 extremes great formation could they survive. However, in the process, there were still many people who were swept by the divine light screen formed by the primal chaos Fengtian diagram and directly died. Yi Jingshan, where do you think you're going? Nie Jingyun suddenly roared and directly chased after a figure in the distance. Yi Jingshan? Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Nie Jingyun's words. The South Continent's Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan was actually still in the Central Continent? What was going on? The battle between Nie Jingyun and Yi Jingshan hadn't been able to determine the victor, and it had ended with both sides suffering. Even Gu Fei's clone felt that it was a little unbelievable. One must know that Nie Jingyun had gained the upper hand in that battle, but still couldn't kill Yi Jingshan. No one knew whether the South Continent's Saber Emperor or the East Continent's Saber Ancestor was stronger. Everyone was dying of curiosity, but there was nothing they could do. Countless people were looking forward to another battle between Nie Jingyun and Yi Jingshan to determine the victor. Some old antiques of the ancestral god realm hurriedly chased after them. Soon, Nie Jingyun and Yi Jingshan's figures disappeared into the distance. Gu Fei's clone and the group of extreme Tao Supremes didn't move. One must know that the entire ancestral god realm was in trouble, but they had no time to care about Nie Jingyun and Yi Jingshan. If the power of the primal chaos Fengtian diagram broke through the 5 extremes great formation, all experts above the sage level would be wiped out, and the entire central continent would become the ancestral god realm's territory. At this time, the energy waves that erupted from the 5 extremes divine city were getting stronger and stronger. The power of the 5 extremes divine city enveloped the entire central continent, and all the experts of the central continent were shivering in fear, afraid that the divine light screen formed by the primal chaos Fengtian diagram would fall. Preposterous! Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The living beings of the ancestral god realm were too strong. Whether it was in terms of cultivation, battle strength, or numbers, the extreme Tao Supremes of the ancestral god realm were generally stronger than the ancestral god realm. They had mobilized 23 extreme Tao Supremes at one time. This kind of power was simply despairing. Chapter 36:41. The central continent of the ancestral god realm had 5 divine cities that had existed since ancient times. These 5 divine cities had experienced countless divine wars, but they still stood tall in the central continent. These 5 ancient divine cities were immortal cities in the eyes of countless cultivators in the central continent. Even extreme supremes were unable to destroy them. These 5 ancient divine cities possessed unimaginable power. The 23 extreme supremes of the ancestral god realm joined forces and used the legendary primal chaos Fengtian diagram to block the power of the heavenly punishment. This shocked all the cultivators in the ancestral god realm. These extreme supremes were too crazy. They actually dared to go against the power of the heavenly punishment. However, it was also clear that once the power of the heavenly punishment disappeared, the ancestral god realm would become the hunting ground of the extreme supremes of the ancestral god realm. Because of the existence of the power of the heavenly punishment, those fellows from the ancestral god realm did not dare to enter the ancestral god realm. At this time, those fellows from the ancestral god realm acted ruthlessly. The power of the primal chaos Fengtian diagram transformed into a destructive divine light that enveloped the entire central continent. The terrifying destructive divine light rapidly contracted. Wherever it passed, experts above the sage realm were all annihilated. Their essence, energy, and soul were all devoured by the primal chaos Fengtian diagram. Rumble, at the same time, the 5 immortal divine cities that guarded the 5 extremes of the central continent trembled. The power they released directly blocked the destructive divine light formed by the power of the primal chaos Fengtian diagram. The 5 extremes formation operated furiously to resist the power of the primal chaos Fengtian diagram. Wherever the 2 powers came into contact, the void was silently destroyed. The ancestral god realm is indeed different. The voice of the wood race's primogenitor came from the other end of the primal chaos passageway. Although he lost an incarnation, it did not affect him too much. Someone tampered with this realm? Someone said, "Seems like that's the only way." An extreme supremes of the ancestral god realm muttered, "Retreat." An old voice sounded. Then, the primal chaos Fengtian diagram that enveloped the entire central continent flew up. The destructive divine light that swept in all directions retreated like the tide. The primal chaos Fengtian diagram rapidly shrunk to the size of a handkerchief and flew into the primal chaos passageway. The irresistible pressure that had been pressing down on everyone's hearts had disappeared. Rumble. In the next moment, the power of heavenly punishment that descended from the depths of the sky directly landed on the 5 extremes formation. The 5 extremes formation immediately shook. However, the power of the 5 extremes formation blocked the power of heavenly punishment that descended from the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It must be known that the 5 extremes formation was unable to block the power of heaven's punishment, and Gu Fei's clones and the others were going to be in big trouble. At that moment, the power of the 5 extremes formation was gradually weakening. The power of the heavenly punishment was also weakening. When the power of the 5 extremes formation fell from the extreme Tao realm, the power of the heavenly punishment completely disappeared from the world. Song Ke, the sword slave, and the rest had already fallen from the state of extreme Tao. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled as one gigantic figure after another disappeared into the void, vanishing without a trace. Those fellows from the primogenitor realm began to retreat. If the battle continued, even the extreme Tao sovereigns from the primogenitor realm felt that they didn't have an absolute chance of victory. These extreme Tao sovereigns from the primogenitor realm were all extremely shrewd. Very quickly, these extreme Tao sovereigns from the primogenitor realm all retreated. The power of the primogenitor realm was truly terrifying. This time, those extreme Tao sovereigns from the primogenitor realm already knew the extent of the power of the primogenitor realm. They're finally gone. In the sky above the city lord's mansion, a group of people stood in the sky. This group of people was led by Gu Fei's clone. Behind Gu Fei's clone stood Zhong Han, Xin Ying, and the other extreme Tao sovereigns. At this moment, these supreme sovereigns who were suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths became low profile again. They had no choice but to keep a low profile. These fellows consciously sealed their extreme Tao sovereign's cultivation. Currently, Zhong Han was merely a quasi-supreme existence. No extreme Dao sovereign would dare to display his extreme Dao sovereign cultivation at this moment. After this battle, Gu Fei's clone also learned some secrets of the ancestral god realm's central continent. These 5 great ancient cities must be in his hands. However, the Tianlong clan controlled one of the ancient cities in the central continent. The Tianlong clan was very low profile. Even when those fellows from the primogenitor realm came knocking on their doors, this clan could still maintain their composure. This made Gu Fei admire the Tianlong clan very much. The Tianlong clan was really aloof, as if they could directly disregard the existence of the ancestral god realm. Even Gu Fei couldn't find out the actual situation of the Tianlong clan. Because of this, he had some misgivings. In fact, the most important thing was that the Tianlong clan didn't offend him. It wasn't good for him to directly kill his way to the Tianlong clan and exterminate them. Gu Fei said in his heart, "This is a little troublesome. Forget it, as long as the Tianlong clan doesn't provoke me, I can't be bothered to pay attention to these fellows." After the great calamity of the central continent, many experts at the Sage realm and above had fallen, causing a lot of chaos in the central continent. Even the remnants of the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan? For 1,000? Even Gu Fei did not expect that he would receive such a shock. In the skies above Zhongtian City, Gu Fei's clone flew down into the city lord's manor. Xin Ying, Zhong Han, and the rest quickly followed. Soon, Song Ke began to unify the central continent. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the east continent were under his command. Wherever he went, all the forces in the central continent surrendered to him. In just 3 short days, all the factions in the central continent, except for the Sky Billow clan, had submitted. No one dared to resist. In the shortest time possible, Song Ke had become the overlord of the central continent. Southern continent, in Nantian City, Song Ke had deployed the army of the east continent here because he was preparing to attack the south continent. Who told Nanbatian of the south continent to dare to compete with him for hegemony in the central continent? In the Battle of Zhongzhou State, the 100,000 soldiers, led by Nanbatian, were all killed. Only 2 guys escaped. One was Nanbatian, and the other was Yi Jingshan. To Nanbatian and Yi Jingshan, this was definitely the greatest humiliation of their lives. Nie Jingyun had gone to kill Yi Jingshan, but he had not returned yet. This made Song Ke feel that something was wrong. Yi Jingshan was the Saber Emperor of the South Continent, and his cultivation was definitely not lower than Nie Jingyun's. Could it be that Yi Jingshan could kill Nie Jingyun? The news that the army of the East Continent had gathered in Nantian City had spread throughout the ancestral god realm. The cultivation world of the South Continent was shocked, as if they were facing a great enemy. Let's see what Nanbatian has done. In the South Continent, some people were very unhappy with Nanbatian. This Song Ke has even conquered the central continent. How can we be a match for this lunatic? How about we surrender? There were a few different voices in the cultivation world of the South Continent. Some advocated for peace talks, while others advocated for a battle and killing Tsang Quebec. The benefits of killing Song Ke made everyone jealous. After all, the person who killed Song Ke could become the overlord of the central continent. Who did not want to become the overlord of the central continent? Some ambitious existences might have crazy thoughts, but it wasn't impossible. After all, the southern continent was their territory. Let's fight. If they dare to come, we'll kill them all. We'll let them know how powerful the cultivation world of the South Continent is. In the end, the voices of those who advocated for war overshadowed everything else. The cultivation world of the South Continent immediately took action. All the forces felt the danger, and for a moment, the entire cultivation world of the South Continent united. The strength of the cultivation world of the South Continent was second only to that of the Central Continent and slightly stronger than that of the East Continent. The cultivation world of the South Continent quickly organized a 1,000,000-strong Protoss army. Nanbatian's figure appeared again. However, this time, the person leading the army was not Nanbatian. Although Nanbatian's indestructible divine body was powerful, there was an existence even stronger than him in the cultivation world of the South Continent. Nanbatian had actually become that existence's underling. This made everyone's eyeballs almost fall to the ground. The insufferably arrogant Nanbatian had actually become someone else's underling. This was definitely an extremely shocking thing that no one had expected. It was no wonder that the cultivation world of the South Continent was so confident. In Nantion City, Song Ke could not help but frown as he listened to the information sent back by the spies who had infiltrated the South Continent in advance. His expression became somewhat serious. An existence even stronger than Nanbatian? Is there such an existence in the South Continent? Song Ke pondered for a moment. For a moment, he really could not think of any powerful existence in the South Continent. He had already left the ancestral god realm during the Great War of Gods and Demons. Could it be that this existence that was stronger than Nanbatian was an extreme-grade supreme martial artist who rose after the Great War of Gods and Demons? During the Great War of Gods and Demons, there were no particularly powerful existences in the South Continent. Even in the era before the Great War of Gods and Demons, there were no heaven-defying beings in the South Continent. Song Ke directly summoned the 4 great ancestors of the Earth Spirit Clan, the Clan Master of the Earth Spirit Clan, the Clan Master of the Heavenly God Clan, and the Clan Masters of the various powerful clans in the Central Continent to the City Lord Mansion. Who knows about the cultivation world of the South Continent? Song Ke asked directly. Almost all the important figures of the East Continent and the Central Continent were gathered in the main hall of the City Lord Mansion. Any of these figures could casually walk out and become an overlord. However, these important figures of the Central Continent and the East Continent shook their heads directly. Who else could there be in the South Continent other than Nanbatian? Everyone thought that the South Continent was Nanbatian's world, but now, there was actually an existence that was even stronger than Nanbatian. How was this possible? Could it be someone from the ancestral realm? The first ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan voiced out his doubt. It's possible. The experts in the main hall could not help but nod. They had just witnessed the power of those fellows from the ancestral realm. It was not strange at all that an expert from the ancestral realm was controlling the cultivation world of the South Continent. Let's investigate before we take action, Song Ke said. He felt that he had to be more careful. It would be a tragedy if he fell into someone else's trap. Who cares who he is? Let's just kill him. At this time, a figure walked into the main hall from outside. Chapter 3642. Gu Fei's real body had personally come to Nantion City. Everyone was dumbfounded. This god had actually come personally. What was going on? In the main hall of Nantion City's City Lord residence, all the experts were shocked, especially the big shots of East Continent. No one knew better than them how powerful Gu Fei was. Even the Golden Crow clan, once the overlord of East Continent, was defeated by this person. The Golden Crow clan was defeated, and now even the Pang clan of Central Continent was defeated. The God clan of South Continent led by Nanbatian was also defeated. Rather than saying that they were defeated by Song Ke, it would be more accurate to say that they were defeated by Gu Fei. Without Gu Fei, Song Ke could not have defeated the Golden Crow clan and become the overlord of East Continent. It was even more impossible for him to defeat the Pang clan and enter Central Continent. But now, the real villain behind Song Ke had finally appeared. Was he going to come out from behind the scenes? Daoist Gu, why are you here? Song Ke did not dare to be negligent. He quickly walked down from the throne and welcomed Gu Fei into the main hall. Then, he asked someone to add a seat next to the throne. Gu Fei and Song Ke sat together in the middle of the main hall. Are you guys preparing to attack South Continent? Gu Fei turned around and asked Song Ke after sitting down. That's right. Daoist Gu, do you have any good ideas? Song Ke asked quickly. Let's kill them directly, Gu Fei said without hesitation. It was simple and direct. They would confront the forces of South Continent head-on and then completely defeat them in one go. Who was the existence that was even stronger than Nanbatian in the Southern Continent? The Eastern Continent's celestial race army could just crush them directly. Let's kill them directly. Song Ke was a little confused. Didn't all kinds of plots and schemes have to be used in a war of gods? What if they were plotted against by brute force? Are you going to admit defeat? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. The big shots in the main hall pricked up their ears to listen to the conversation between the two real big shots. One should know that the decision of these two experts concerned their life and death. Many people were more inclined to plan before taking action, but some people felt that Gu Fei's method was too direct. Then let's kill our way over. Song Ke pondered for a while, then nodded vigorously. Haha, very good. That's a real man. Worrying too much isn't a good thing for us cultivators. Gu Fei laughed and said, let me know when you're leaving. After speaking, Gu Fei stood up. Turning around, he walked out of the palace hall. He wanted to send Shimin Ejian back to Shimin clan and let Shimin Ejian experience the true war. Only by walking through mountains of corpses and seas of blood could one become a true expert. It was time for Shimin Ejian to temper himself. Gu Fei held Shimin Ejian in high regard. He wanted to nurture a sword sovereign into a sword sovereign. Naturally, whether or not Shimin Ejian could become a sword sovereign would depend on himself. Gu Fei could only point out the path for him. This path could only be walked by himself. After Gu Fei left, the palace hall immediately burst into an uproar. How could they let Shimin Ejian kill his way into the southern continent? If they were to be ambushed, the major clans would suffer great losses. Even if they could defeat those forces in the southern continent, they would definitely suffer great losses. Such losses could be avoided. All of you, shut up. Song Ke roared at the experts in the palace hall. After being roared by Song Ke, the palace hall instantly quietened down. Everyone looked at him. The major forces in the eastern continent naturally obeyed Gu Fei. If Gu Fei wanted to fight against the forces in the southern continent, they naturally wouldn't have any objections. Therefore, the leaders of the major forces in the eastern continent didn't say anything. They supported Gu Fei's decision, but the forces in the central continent that had just joined Gu Fei didn't think so. To these forces in the central continent, preserving their strength was the most important. All of you, get lost. Go back and gather the celestial race army and wait for my orders. Song Ke swept a glance at everyone in the palace hall. These guys still couldn't figure out the situation. They were really stupid. What to do, wasn't something that these guys could control. The leaders of the major clans in the central continent were all dumbfounded. Then, they suddenly came to their senses and hurriedly retreated from the palace hall. They then went to gather the celestial race army and prepare for the expedition to the southern continent. Song Ke originally had hundreds of thousands of celestial race army in the eastern continent. This time, after defeating the Pang clan and repelling those guys from the ancestral realm, he had become the true overlord of the central continent. All the major and minor forces in the central continent had already surrendered. In this way, the celestial race army that Song Ke could gather would probably be close to 1 million. After those guys in the palace of the city lord residents of Nantian City retreated, Gu Fei's figure appeared in the palace hall again. He had returned. Taoist Gu, I have already asked people to gather the celestial race army. We will soon be able to attack the southern continent. Song Ke saw Gu Fei and said hurriedly. He knew very well that without Gu Fei's support, he couldn't even deal with the eastern continent, let alone the overlord of the central continent. With Gu Fei's full support, Song Ke could go all out and do what he wanted. Very well. Gu Fei nodded without any expression on his face. Then, Song Ke brought Gu Fei to a side courtyard behind the city lord residence of Nantian City. This was Gu Fei's temporary residence in Nantian City. Song Ke couldn't have asked for more than Gu Fei to take action personally. After all, the supreme martial artists under Gu Fei were not to be trifled with. They were all ruthless characters. The eastern continent, the central continent, and then the southern continent. I want to unify the entire ancestral god realm. Song Ke returned to the palace hall. Even he was extremely excited. After all, ever since the great war of gods and demons, the entire ancestral god realm had never been unified again. However, Song Ke's ambition was not small. Soon, countless figures appeared in the sky around Nantian City. They rushed over from all directions and then merged into the battle formations. There were so many people that even the sky was covered. Square formations stopped high up in the sky, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. The living beings in the surrounding areas were all extremely terrified. The divine race armies of the central continent and the eastern continent quickly assembled. After more than 2 hours, the divine race armies were finally assembled. The roars of wild beasts rang continuously between heaven and earth. The divine race armies of the central continent and the eastern continent each occupied half of the sky. However, the Shaman clan's battle formation was mixed in with the other major battle formations of the eastern continent. Dong, 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 dong. The sound of the war drums shook the heavens. All cultivators who heard the war drums felt their blood boiling, and their fighting spirits surged. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. A ball of divine light fell from the sky and enveloped all the divine race warriors of the eastern continent. Chapter 36:43. Song-K gathered all the Protoss soldiers and prepared to attack the south continent. In the sky above Nantion City, the Protoss soldiers formed a battle formation and hovered in the sky. They looked like black clouds that covered the entire sky. Rumble. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the sky. In the next moment, a ball of divine light descended from a black hole that appeared in the sky, instantly enveloping all the Protoss warriors in the East Continent. The next moment, all the Protoss soldiers in the East Continent soared into the sky at the same time and rushed into the huge black hole in the sky. A teleportation formation platform floated below the black hole. A wave of energy that was infinitely close to the extreme grade spread from the platform. It turned out that Song-K had used the teleportation formation platform to break through the void and open up a space passage that could directly enter the South Continent. The Protoss soldiers of the Central Continent also soared into the sky and killed their way into the black hole in the sky. In the end, Song-K also rushed into the black hole and disappeared. Gufei also appeared. He directly boarded the teleportation formation platform and crossed the region. He was actually very curious about the mysterious existence that was even more powerful than Nanbatian. Song-K had taken almost all the Protoss soldiers with him, but Nantion City needed experts to guard it. Therefore, this time, Patriarch Luo Xiao stayed behind. At this time, the South Continent was facing a formidable enemy. All the cultivators were tense because no one knew when Song-K would suddenly attack. Rumble. Just when the entire cultivation world of the South Continent was facing a formidable enemy, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the sky above a desolate mountain range in the South Continent. The next moment, countless Protoss soldiers rushed out of the black hole in a square formation and stopped high in the sky. Their murderous aura spread out, and the sky changed color. What? At the moment when the black hole appeared, the experts of the South Continent sensed the energy wave. The next moment, more than 10 divine senses swept toward the desolate mountain range. Oh no! Someone exclaimed immediately. Then, countless experts from the South Continent soared into the sky and attacked the primordial mountain ridge in a mighty manner. Song-K's army has attacked the South Continent, someone said in disbelief. I don't know, I think so, someone said. Soon, a killing formation formed by the God Clan soldiers from the South Continent had arrived nearby. At this time, all the soldiers from the East Continent had crossed over. When the South Continent Protoss warriors saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. High up in the sky in front of them, numerous killing arrays were emitting terrifying auras. When had the celestial race warriors of the South Continent ever seen such a shocking scene? The sky in front of them was densely packed with God race warriors. Kill. The battle formation of the Shaman clan rushed out and attacked the battle formation of the South Continent. Buzz. The sword formation of the Shaman clan immediately started operating. Rays of golden sword light kept rushing out of the killing formation, piercing through the battle formation of the South Continent. The extremely sharp sword light directly split the void between heaven and earth. Defend. A furious roar came from the South Continent's battle formation. Then, all the South Continent soldiers raised their shields at the same time. Countless beams of sword light descended from the sky, but were blocked by the shields in the hands of the South Continent warriors. Clashing sounds rang out one after another, and in the next moment, countless beams of sword light shattered in the void. Retreat. The leader of the South Continent soldiers hurriedly ordered a retreat. One should know that they were now alone in the enemy's territory and were in danger of being besieged at any time. The wisest choice was to retreat directly. However, since they were already here, they could not leave anymore. The demon god directly came out of the black hole in the sky. He took a step forward and instantly arrived above the battle formation of the South Continent warriors. He then stomped his foot down. Rumble. A gust of wind and thunder immediately appeared in the void. A powerful quasi-supreme level power came down from his big foot, causing the void to collapse under the pressure. The destructive power formed by the shattering of the void directly crashed down on the battle formation of the South Continent warriors. In the next moment, screams sounded continuously. Balls of blood light suddenly appeared under the demon god's big foot, and the void was immediately filled with the smell of blood. The demon god had only stomped a corner of his foot, and the battle formation of the South Continent Protoss warriors almost collapsed. Nearly thousands of Protoss warriors of the South Continent died under the demon god's big foot. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This guy killed thousands of people with one foot. It was really amazing. At this time, square formations continuously rushed out of the black hole in the sky. The Protoss army of the Central Continent had also arrived, and a group of extremely powerful figures began to appear. Let's kill them back. At this time, a roar came directly from the distant sky. After that, a terrifying aura suddenly arrived, and the whole world suddenly became dark. An expert led tens of thousands of Protoss warriors of the South Continent and directly attacked Song Kei's army. Since they want to die, let's fulfill their wish. Song Kei coldly stared at the attacking Protoss warriors of the South Continent. He waved his right hand, and the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit began to move. He led the killing formation to directly confront the Protoss warriors of the South Continent. Boom! The two battle formations collided in an instant. In the next moment, the corpses of the Protoss warriors fell from the sky like dumplings. Those were Protoss warriors, and after they died, they became the corpses of the gods. At this time, the primordial mountain ridge was filled with cultivators' corpses. In the sky, the two camps were fighting. The first ancestor of the Earth Spirit race was leading the battle formation of the Earth Spirit race, constantly attacking, wanting to destroy the enemy's killing formation. However, these Protoss warriors of the South Continent were not bad. They actually blocked the battle formation of the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit race. Kill! Battle cries shook the heaven and earth. Blood light constantly appeared, and the sky actually started to rain blood. This scene shocked Gufei incomparably. In the end, the Protoss army of the Earth Spirit race still won. The Protoss army of the South Continent was directly defeated, and the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit race didn't order anyone to chase after them. Boom! Bang! Two powerful figures rapidly moved in the sky. The two forces constantly collided, causing loud explosions. The first ancestor of the Earth Spirit race and a quasi-supreme of the South Continent were fighting. The two of them were evenly matched. It was a bit difficult to determine the victor. Chapter 36-44. The South Continent was one of the 5 continents of the ancestral divinity realm, second only to the Central Continent. Especially in the current era, there were many strong cultivators in the South Continent. There was even a peerless cultivator, Nanbatian, who could unify the South Continent. Nanbatian lived up to his name. He took advantage of the chaos in the Central Continent to decisively lead 100,000 South Continent Protoss soldiers into the Central Continent and even captured Nantian City. To some extent, Nanbatian had actually helped Song Kei a lot. The South Continent Protoss army led by Nanbatian had pinned down many of the Pang clan's armies. The Pang clan fought on both sides and was exhausted. In the end, Song Kei's East Continent army took advantage of the situation. They attacked the Pang clan's ancestral land and defeated this superpower that had existed in the Central Continent for countless years. Nanbatian even wanted to compete with Song Kei for hegemony in the Central Continent. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Song Kei's Protoss army and had to flee back to the South Continent alone. The South Continent's 100,000 Protoss elites were left in the southern region of the Central Continent. This was a great loss to the South Continent's cultivation world. But now, Song Ke had mobilized the divine clan armies of the East and Central continents to attack the South Continent. In the depths of the southern barren mountains in the southern part of the South Continent, battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Countless Protoss soldiers rampaged in the sky, and corpses fell from the sky. Divine blood rained down from the sky. One should know that every god-level soldier was a godlike existence. At this time, the Protoss soldiers of the South Continent rushed into the southern barren mountains from all directions and joined the battle. In the sky above the southern barren mountains, there was a huge black hole. From time to time, soldiers in battle formations rushed out to meet the South Continent Protoss army. The battlefield continued to expand. The entire sky was filled with figures, huge beasts rampaging, and war chariots galloping in the sky. Rumble, countless divine lights, lightning, and the sound of wind and thunder rang out. All kinds of divine Tao powers exploded. It was as terrifying as the end of the world, and even the sky changed color. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a huge flag appeared in the sky. A divine being that was as huge as a mountain waved the flag with all his might. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying gale erupted from the flag and blew towards the East Continent's battle formation. The transparent astral winds were like countless invisible sharp blades that slashed through the void, leaving behind pitch-black spatial cracks. Defend! An angry roar came from the East Continent's battle formation. The next moment, a ball of divine light shot out from the battle formation. 4,000? It burst forth and enveloped the entire battle formation. The astral wind collided with the guardian divine light of the battle formation and was blocked by the divine light. Attack! One of the generals in the formation gave the order. In the next moment, countless battle soldiers in the battle formation threw out the spears in their hands. The moment the spears flew out of the battle soldiers' hands, they turned into divine light and pierced towards the mighty miracle god. Each beam of divine light directly broke through the vast and terrifying astral winds. What? The mighty miracle god was startled upon seeing this, and he hurriedly waved the flag in his hand with all his might. An even more powerful power of the divine Tao erupted from the flag, and it blocked the countless divine lights that pierced through the air. Kill! The general in the battle formation directly commanded the battle formation and attacked the mighty miracle god who was holding the flag. Terrifying power fluctuations erupted from the battle formation. At this moment, the battle soldiers in the battle formation withdrew their spears. The general in command of the battle formation was from the Middle Continent. He was an elite army sent by a first-rate force in the Middle Continent. The general in command of the battle formation was called Wang Zhan. The Wang family of the Middle Continent was a first-rate force with powerful strength, but now they had no choice but to submit to Quebec. Almost in an instant, the battle formation commanded by Wang Zhan surrounded the mighty miracle god who was holding the flag. The battle formation was operating frantically, and terrifying destructive power obliterated the mighty miracle god. Preposterous! The mighty miracle god was shocked and furious. He was not a fierce dragon that crossed the river. At this moment, the giant spirit god waved the flag in his hand and directly protected himself. The power of the divine Tao that erupted from the flag blocked the destructive power that was sweeping towards him. For a moment, Wang Zhan's battle formation could not do anything to the mighty miracle god. However, in another direction, the demon god broke through the battle formation of the South Continent's Protoss army and directly killed countless battle soldiers of the South Continent. In an instant, countless bloody lights exploded in the void. The demon god opened his mouth and inhaled. Countless energy essences were directly swallowed by him. Not only did he directly kill countless battle soldiers of the South Continent, but he also directly swallowed the energy essences of those battle soldiers. Haha, this feels great. The demon god laughed crazily and then directly pounced on another battle formation of the South Continent's Protoss army. This guy, the general in command of the battle formation, was really shocked when he saw the demon god pouncing on them. Defend! The general cried out in terror. Buzz! A deafening sound rang in the void. After that, A ball of divine light erupted from the battle formation and directly enveloped the entire battle formation. Boom! The demon god pounced and directly punched the defensive divine light of the battle formation. In the next moment, the defensive divine light of the battle formation shook violently. Open! The demon god roared, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He exerted all his strength and punched the defensive divine light of the battle formation again. Gotcha! Cracks began to appear on the defensive divine light of the battle formation, as if an exquisite piece of porcelain had been shattered. What? Block it for me! Block it for me! The South Continent general in command of the battle formation panicked. He was really panicking. One must know that the battle formation just now was a lesson to be learned. If this guy attacked, then many people would die. At that moment, every battle soldier in the battle formation was desperately supplying their divine power to the battle formation. They were also afraid. F***CK. If they could live, who would want to die? Every battle soldier was glowing, and a huge formation diagram emerged in the battle formation. The formation diagram connected every battle soldier's divine power into a line. The formation diagram gathered the divine power of countless battle soldiers. Through the amplification effect of the formation diagram, the battle soldier's divine power would at least double. Countless cracks appeared on the defensive divine light that was punched by the monster god's fist, but it was quickly repairing itself. The cracks on the divine light quickly disappeared. Let's see how many punches you can take. The demon god continued to punch the defensive divine light of the battle formation. After a dozen punches, every battle soldier in the battle formation vomited blood. Sir Ultimate God, the opponent is too strong. Let's retreat. Someone shouted in the battle formation. Retreat. The South Continent Ultimate God was dumbfounded as he looked at the crumbling defensive divine light. He could not believe that guy was strong enough to fight against countless South Continent Divine Clan battle soldiers. Sir Ultimate God, hurry up and decide. It'll be too late if you're late. An old man next to the general said anxiously. At that moment, the defensive divine light of the battle formation was full of cracks as if it could collapse at any time. Then, the general was about to speak. Too late. At that moment, Monster God Venerable roared and punched the cracked defensive divine light with both fists. The next moment, boom, the defensive divine light of the battle formation directly collapsed. Violent energy erupted. In the next moment, countless screams rang out in the battle formation. Many battle soldiers were directly turned into clouds of blood mist by the violent energy that surged down from the sky. Streams of essence rose into the sky and were directly devoured by the demon god. Everyone in the battle formation was stunned by this scene. They were all dumbfounded. Ha! The demon god laughed crazily. The next moment, streams of divine light rushed out from his body and pierced through the divine bodies of every divine clan battle soldier. In the next moment, all the divine tribe soldiers in the battle formation, including the ultimate god general's divine body, exploded. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. Streams of divine light rushed out from the bloody mist and were directly devoured by the demon god. Another battle formation from the South Continent was destroyed. The combat power displayed by the demon god was too powerful as it destroyed 2 battle formations in a row. Roar! The demon god roared at the sky, shaking the entire void. It was extremely terrifying. At that moment, Song-K personally led the East Continent Celestial Army to fight against the Divine Clan battle soldiers led by Nanbatian. The 2 super experts clashed immediately. Boom! Bam! The void continued to explode, and one black, chaotic hole after another appeared in the void. Violent waves of divine power spread out in all directions. It was terrifying to the extreme. How dare you come to my territory and behave atrociously? You're courting death. Nanbatian roared angrily. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body and turned into blades, slashing towards Song-K in an overwhelming manner. At that moment, without the Chaos Fengtian diagram blocking the power of heavenly punishment in the sky, even an existence like Nanbatian dared not use his extreme power. One should know that the power of heavenly punishment could kill all supreme experts. Nanbatian was not strong enough to compete with the power of heavenly punishment. Song Ke didn't dare to use his extreme power, but even so, the battle strength they displayed was much stronger than ordinary quasi-supreme beings. "You're the one who's going to die." Song Ke roared, and the divine sword in his hand immediately erupted with a sword wave. In the next moment, the countless swords and sabers that were slashing towards Nanbatian were all shattered in the void. Buzz. The supreme sword in Song Ke's hand let out a vibrating sound. After that, an immortal sword light directly rushed out from his hand and instantly slashed towards Nanbatian. In the next moment, Nanbatian's divine body was directly split in half by the immortal sword light. However, in just an instant, Nanbatian's divine body that was split in half fused back together and recovered in an instant, as if he was never injured. Chapter 36:45. Song Ke led the armies of the East Continent and the Central Continent to invade the South Continent. The war in the Central Continent had just ended, but Song Ke did not plan to rest and recuperate. Instead, he led his army to invade the South Continent. This shocked all the forces in the ancestral god realm. What is this lunatic Song Ke trying to do? Is he trying to start a realm war that will affect the entire ancestral god realm? The forces of the other two continents were watching from the sidelines. Although Song Ke's attack on the South Continent did not affect them much, they still felt great pressure. If Song Ke really wanted to start a realm war, they would be next after he defeated those fellows from the South Continent. At this moment, Song Ke and Nanbatian started fighting. The two of them had fought before in the Central Continent. This time, the two of them met again in the South Continent, as enemies often crossed paths. Kill. Song Ke immediately used his ultimate sword weapon. Of course, the ultimate sword weapon did not display its true power. Under the heavenly punishment, even the supreme experts had to bow their heads. Buzz. Countless golden sword chi rushed out from the ultimate sword weapon in Song Ke's hand and rushed towards Nanbatian. Every sword light cut through the void. Haha, this kind of attack is useless against me. Nanbatian laughed and rushed towards Tsongquebec. The sword light that pierced through him directly passed through his body, as though it was a layer of ink brush. What? Although Song Ke knew that Nanbatian had the undying tyrant body, he did not expect that his attack could not hurt him at all. Exterminating soul-slaying technique. Song Ke did not believe it. With a roar, he immediately executed his other ultimate move. This ultimate move was similar to Gu Fei's godly seizing secret skill. It was also a secret skill that targeted the divine soul. Those who were struck by the exterminating soul-slaying technique would have their divine soul destroyed instantly. However, their physical body would remain intact. Buzz. An invisible sword wave erupted from Song Ke's body. There was no fluctuation in the void. It was like an invisible breeze that swept out with Song Ke as the center. This is Nanbatian, who was pouncing towards Song Ke, suddenly sensed something. All the hairs on his body stood up, and he instinctively stopped. That formless sword wave stood there? For 1,000? It pierced through Nanbatian's body. In the next moment, Nanbatian's movement stopped instantly, as if someone had cast a body-freezing spell on him. You're still not dead this time? What undying tyrant body? Didn't I kill it all the same? Song Ke looked arrogantly at Nanbatian, who was frozen in the void, and said, At this time, in the sky above the southern desolate mountain range, a world-shaking battle was going on. This battle was enough to affect the situation of the entire ancestral god realm. The various forces of the southern continent would not be defeated so easily. No one wanted to be a slave under someone else's rule. Kill. Kill all these invaders. Countless generals of the South Continent roared angrily at the generals of the East Continent and the Central Continent. Haha, what's there to be angry about? How dare you trash from the South Continent act so presumptuously in front of me? A general from the East Continent laughed and blasted the body of a general from the South Continent into a bloody mist, destroying both his body and soul. What? The other generals of the South Continent were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. I already said that you guys are trash, but you still don't believe me. The general shook his head helplessly and continued to attack. In the next moment, countless rays of divine light rushed out from his body and instantly pierced through the divine bodies of the generals of the South Continent. The generals of the South Continent looked at the bloody holes in their chests in disbelief. They revealed a look of despair and struggle. In the next moment, the generals of the South Continent, who were pierced by the divine light, exploded in the void. The general from the East Continent stretched out his hand, and all the essence of the generals of the South Continent that he had killed immediately gathered in his right hand. A ball of divine light immediately appeared in his hand. The divine power that this ball of divine light emitted was incomparably strong. The general from the East Continent swallowed the ball of divine light in one gulp. In the next moment, the aura on his body seemed to have become stronger. Third brother, why are you acting tough? At this moment, a war chariot rushed over from the distance. A towering murderous aura emanated from the war chariot, and the surrounding soldiers of the celestial clan all retreated far away. On the war chariot stood an incredibly strong figure. Second brother, why are you here? The general from the Middle Continent looked at the figure on the war chariot and asked in surprise. These two fellows were the second ancestor and third ancestor of the East Continent's Earth Spirit clan. The third ancestor was so good at acting tough that even his second brother had to admire him. Can I come? Stop fooling around. If you delay Master's matter, you'll pay for it later. Standing on the war chariot, the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan said to his unreliable third brother, "Got it. We can't delay Master's matter." The third ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan said. At this moment, the sky was filled with figures. Countless soldiers were killing each other. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would win or lose. Although the two ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan were talking, they were constantly attacking. Countless soldiers of the South Continent were turned into a mist of blood by their killing moves. Even the South Continent's most powerful battle generals suffered the same fate. It should be known that the Earth Spirit clan's ancestors' cultivation and battle strength were many times stronger than ordinary battle generals. That's for the best. Don't cause any trouble at this critical juncture. The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan knew his third brother's character very well. They had wiped his ass countless times, and it made them very unhappy. Got it. The third ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan was getting impatient. Boom. He used the Great Pong Godly Fist and smashed a general of the South Continent into pieces. The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan did not say anything else. He drove the war chariot and led the soldiers of the Celestial clan towards a square formation of the South Continent's army. The soldiers of the Earth Spirit clan were experienced in battles. In an instant, they set up a killing formation around the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan. Kill. Without any hesitation, the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan led the soldiers of the Earth Spirit clan and collided with the battle formation of the South Continent. The energy fluctuations that erupted from the two great battle formations were terrifying and monstrous. When these two forces collided, the destructive power that erupted was absolutely astonishing. Some of the generals of the South Continent could not dodge in time. They were directly torn into pieces by the destructive power and died. Bodies fell from the sky. With just one collision, the battle formation of the South Continent collapsed immediately. Countless soldiers of the Celestial clan turned into a mist of blood and died. However, not a single soldier of the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan was injured. This was the difference. Although the forces of the South Continent were powerful, they were still inferior to the armies of the Celestial clan of the East Continent and the Central Continent. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded in the sky. The terrifying sound waves spread, and the soldiers of the East Continent were immediately affected. The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan was shocked and angry when he saw the soldiers under his command bleeding from the sound waves. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure pouncing towards him. Go to hell. That person roared in anger and punched towards the second Earth Spirit ancestor in the battle formation. Rumble. The entire void shook. A huge flame appeared on his fist and swept towards the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan. In the next moment, A ball of divine light appeared on the second ancestor's battle formation and enveloped the entire battle formation. Boom! With a loud bang, the expert from the South Continent's fist landed on the layer of protective divine light above the second ancestor's head. In the next moment, the entire battle formation shook violently. Attack! The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan ordered. Then, every soldier in the battle formation raised their spears and stabbed towards the mysterious expert from the South Continent. Rays of divine light shot out from the spears and pierced through the void. Seeing this, the person hurriedly disappeared into the void. Even the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan did not see how he disappeared. Boom! With another loud bang, the mysterious expert from the South Continent changed his direction as if he had teleported. This shocked and angered the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan. "Second brother, do you need help?" The third ancestor's voice rang in the second ancestor's mind. "Piss off." The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan shouted, "Piss off." Just as the Earth Spirit clan and the soldiers of the South Continent were fighting, something unexpected happened to Tsang Quebec. Nanbatian was not killed by his exterminating soul-severing technique. Of course, this time, Nanbatian was greatly affected. One must know that Tsang K's exterminating soul-severing technique was a technique that specifically targeted the soul. "You deserve to die." Nanbatian was enraged. He had just recovered after so much effort, but he did not expect to be slashed by Tsang K again, injuring his primordial spirit. At this moment, a heaven-devouring power surged from Nanbatian's body. In the next moment, the void around him began to collapse. Soon, a huge black hole appeared in the void. The terrifying devouring power devoured everything around it. Tsang K felt his body tighten, and he actually flew towards the deep black hole in front of him involuntarily. This made him indescribably shocked. Just as Tsang K and Nanbatian were fighting, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the southern wilderness mountain range. This person was Gu Fei. He had crossed the boundary and arrived. Chapter 3646. It's quite lively here. Gu Fei looked at the countless celestial race soldiers fighting each other. His attention was naturally drawn to the big shots of the southern continent. He quickly noticed that there was a seemingly ordinary chariot in the sky. The beast pulling the chariot was actually a black tortoise the size of a small mountain. The aura exuding from the black tortoise was somewhat shocking. It actually had the cultivation of a quasi-supreme being. A quasi-supreme being pulling a chariot? Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw the figure on the chariot. This person's aura was rather big. It was an ordinary chariot, but the beast pulling it was a quasi-supreme being black tortoise. Why did so many people like to act tough these days? Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head when he thought of this. Kill! At this moment, an angry roar rang out above Gu Fei's head. Then, a figure the size of a mountain swooped down from the sky with a huge hammer in his hand. The hammer directly smashed down on Gu Fei's head. The divine energy of a peak paragon erupted from the hammer. In the next moment, the boundless power of lightning instantly filled every inch of the void, directly drowning Gu Fei in a sea of lightning. "I admire your courage." Gu Fei's voice rang out from within the boundless lightning. "What?" The god from the southern continent was taken aback. In the next moment, a scene that left him dumbfounded appeared. The endless amount of lightning was actually devoured cleanly by a person. Then, the peak paragon god exhaled and turned into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating in the void. Even the hammer in his hand was directly shattered, turning into dust. An extremely powerful paragon was killed with a single breath. This was an existence that was only half a step away from becoming a quasi-supreme being. Yet, both his body and soul were destroyed just like that. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked, especially the experts from the southern continent. They were completely dumbfounded. No one expected that this seemingly harmless black-robed young man was actually a peerless expert. The death of that fellow just now was too unjust. "Master." Just then, Zhong Han's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. The four Supremes were all hiding in the dark. They wanted to find the mastermind behind the South Continent's cultivation world. "Don't act rashly." Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Zhong Han. In the next moment, he took a step forward. For 1,000? He appeared in front of the war chariot in the distance and calmly looked at the figure on the war chariot. It was a fellow wearing a black cloak and a bronze mask. This fellow was also looking at Gu Fei, who was opposite him. "You're the guy who's stronger than Nanbadian?" Gu Fei said directly. The man did not speak, but the eyes behind the bronze mask suddenly lit up. At that moment, the old black tortoise lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. Two beams of cold light instantly swept over Gu Fei. A terrifying and ferocious aura immediately spread out from the old tortoise's body. Gu Fei did not care about this old tortoise at all. No matter how strong this old tortoise was, could it be stronger than that old tortoise? Still trying to act tough? Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. Then, he suddenly threw a punch at the guy in front of him. Rumble. The power of the 5 elements exploded on his fist. It was as terrifying as splitting open the sky. The void in front of Gu Fei actually exploded. The extremely powerful 5 elements power instantly obliterated in front of the mysterious man. Roar. The old profound ghost, who was lying in the void, leaped to his feet. Countless Tao patterns emerged from his black tortoise shell. Each of the Tao patterns glowed brightly, forming a barrier of light that enveloped both him and the war chariot. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's indestructible fist directly smashed through the protective divine light of the old black tortoise and hit the huge tortoise shell. The old Xuanwu turtle let out a miserable shriek as it was sent flying. At that moment, the mysterious man wearing the bronze mask on the war chariot stretched out his right hand and pressed it directly at Gu Fei. Boom! The void shook and a huge black hand appeared in the void, slapping at Gu Fei. An extremely cold wave of power spread out from the huge hand. The surrounding void seemed to be frozen. The power of Yin? Gu Fei was a little surprised. This guy actually cultivated the power of Yin. This was beyond his expectations. Bam! The two palms collided in an instant. The next moment, Gu Fei could not help but take 3 or 4 steps back. On the other hand, the mysterious man wearing the bronze mask on the war chariot was as still as a mountain. This made the experts of the East Continent, who knew how powerful Gu Fei was, feel incredulous. Heh, interesting. Gu Fei looked at the mysterious man standing on the war chariot and suddenly smiled. This guy was definitely a good opponent. It was good for him to meet such an opponent. At that moment, the old black tortoise, who had been blown away by Gu Fei's punch, rushed over from the distance. Roar! The old black tortoise opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of divine flames. The next moment, the monstrous divine flames enveloped Gu Fei, trying to burn him into ashes. Haha! Gu Fei laughed loudly. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The divine flames that were burning towards him gathered in his mouth and were directly swallowed by him. The old black tortoise was shocked. Where did this guy come from? How could he be so strong? Before the old black tortoise could finish his thought, another fist smashed into his body. The old black tortoise's cultivation base at the quasi-supreme realm could not be used at all, because the old black tortoise did not have the chance to use his divine ability. The old black tortoise, who was at the quasi-supreme realm, was blown away by Gu Fei's punch. How dare you? The figure on the war chariot roared and attacked. This time, rays of black light rushed out from his body and turned into countless blades, slashing at Gu Fei. Here you go. Gu Fei chuckled and immediately used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic secret art. In the next moment, all the blades that were slashing at him turned around and slashed at him. How is this possible? The mysterious man wearing the bronze mask was extremely shocked. At this time, the battle around them was still going on. Countless divine soldiers were falling. Be it from the East Continent or the South Continent, the sky was raining blood. Chapter 36-47. Song Ke led the celestial armies of the East Continent and the Central Continent to fight against the celestial armies of the South Continent in the southern wasteland mountain range. Even Gu Fei personally took action. He faced off against a mysterious expert wearing a bronze mask. This expert's cultivation was enough to contend against Gu Fei. For Gu Fei, this was a rare opponent. At this time, Gu Fei performed the chaotic secret technique and reversed the mysterious expert's attack. The saber and sword that the mysterious expert had conjured slashed at him in a frenzy. What? The mysterious expert was extremely shocked. This guy was actually able to reverse his attack? How is this possible? One must know that for an existence of his level, who could reverse his attack? Buzz. The mysterious man's body trembled, and a transparent ripple immediately spread out in all directions with him as the center. All the swords that slashed at him instantly shattered in the air, turning into strands of Tai Yin Qi, which was then absorbed by his Tai Yin Qi. For 1,000? Divine body devouring. However, at this moment, the mysterious man suddenly realized that Gu Fei had disappeared. The mysterious man was shocked. In the next moment, he raised his head abruptly and saw a large foot rapidly enlarging in his pupil behind the bronze mask. He only had time to raise his right hand to block. Bam! Gotcha! The sound of impact and the sound of bones breaking rang out at the same time. Then, the chariot under the mysterious man's feet instantly collapsed. Like a meteor, he fell directly from the sky into the southern wasteland mountain range. Boom! Along with a loud bang, a small half of the southern wasteland mountain range was shaking. Countless mountain ridges instantly collapsed. It was as if thousands of feet-high waves had appeared on the ground, sweeping out in all directions with the mysterious man's crashing point as the center. Rumble. This was a great destruction. To the countless living beings in the southern wasteland mountain range, today was their doomsday. This super huge wave on the ground was formed from dust and sand. Wherever it passed, mountains collapsed and primitive forests were destroyed. Not a single living creature could survive. Seeing this earth-shattering scene, countless divine warriors who were fighting in the sky above the southern wasteland mountain range were scared out of their wits. In just a short while, almost half of the southern wasteland mountain range had disappeared. However, Song Kei's super god battle was still ongoing. Countless battle formations were fighting in the air. Terrifying killing intent covered the entire southern wasteland mountain. The blood rain was still falling, and the soil on the ground had been dyed red, carrying a divine nature. After the battle, the soil here turned blood red. Even after countless years, this blood-red color still existed. Rumble, sounds of wind and thunder, came from the battle formation of the Wang family of the Zhengzhou continent. There was a mighty spiritual god trapped in the battle formation of the Wang family. This mighty spiritual god had an incomparably powerful flag in his hand. This was a quasi-supreme divine item. The mighty spiritual god of the South continent was risking his life. He didn't hesitate to use his heart blood to activate the flag, making it erupt with the most powerful divine energy. The war god of the Wang family, Wang Zhan, was an existence that had just stepped into the quasi-supremacy realm. Although his cultivation was only at the initial quasi-supremacy realm, with the help of the battle formation, he could display battle strength that was comparable to a great perfection quasi-supremacy realm expert. Two quasi-supreme energies were constantly colliding. Streams of invisible divine energy of wind erupted from the flag in the hands of the mighty spiritual god. The void was torn apart. The divine energy erupting from the flag was too powerful. The entire battle formation was shaking, and countless formation runes were collapsing and reforming. What? Wang Zhan, who was in charge of the battle formation, was operating the battle formation with all his strength. His entire body was emitting a divine light, and 9 Dao runes emerged on his body, emitting an immortal divine light. At this time, a huge formation diagram appeared in the battle formation. Every soldier of the Wang family was madly circulating the divine energy in their bodies, pouring their divine energy into the formation. The power of the formation was constantly increasing, but the strength of the mighty spiritual god of the South continent was also increasing rapidly. This shocked Wang Zhan. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't kill this guy. Wang Zhan was furious. One should know that he was the god of war of the Wang family of the central continent. How could he not kill a little guy from the mighty spiritual god clan of the South continent? The major forces of the central continent had an innate sense of superiority. They thought that they were superior to the races of the other 4 continents. Kill! Wang Zhan roared furiously. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the blood blade in his hand. In the next moment, the blood blade turned into a streak of blood light and flew away from his hand. Swoosh! The crimson light of the blood blade sliced through the flag in the hands of the mighty Miracle God clan powerhouse and beheaded the mighty Miracle God. The blood light flew back into Wang Zhan's hand. At this time, Wang Zhan's expression was weary, as if he had been fighting for 10 days and 10 nights. He was incomparably tired. Retreat! Wang Zhan ordered. At this time, the soldiers of the Wang family were not fit to fight anymore. They had to retreat and reorganize. Wang Zhan was almost exhausted. In order to kill the expert of the mighty spiritual God clan, he did not hesitate to use up his Yuan Qi. The battle formation of the Wang family retreated from the battlefield. At this time, the armies of the Central Continent and the East Continent had gradually gained the upper hand. However, the price they paid was not small. Some of the armies of the Central Continent forces were completely annihilated. Even the army of the Earth Spirit clan suffered heavy casualties. The battle formation of the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan fought with an expert of the South Continent. This expert was ridiculously strong. Just a roar was enough to make countless soldiers of the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan bleed from their orifices. Second War Ancestor, I think you'd better surrender. Otherwise, your clan will be annihilated. The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan roared at the person who was rampaging in his battle formation. Cut the crap. If you can defeat me, I'll let you do whatever you want. The expert that the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan, called the Second War Ancestor, said angrily. This person was known as the Second War Ancestor of the South Continent. He came from the Dongli clan of the South Continent. His name was Dongli Quang, also known as the Second War Ancestor. Because Nanbatian was the strongest expert of the South Continent, Dongli Quang could only be ranked behind him, becoming the Second War Ancestor of the South Continent. But now, an existence even stronger than Nanbatian had appeared in the South Continent. Therefore, the Second War Ancestor of the South Continent had to change his title. Haha, good. Chapter 36-48. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shua, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The second Earth Spirit progenitor went up against the South Continent's Second War progenitor and fell into a bitter battle. Love, go, small, say Net Karumble. The second ancestor's battle formation was shaking violently. Endless godly light circled around the formation. Runes intertwined, forming a mysterious formation. Every formation diagram was erupting with the divine power of a peak quasi-supreme being, terrifying to the extreme. The second battle ancestor of the South Continent, who was trapped in the battle formation, was covered in a ball of divine light that blocked all the destructive divine power. This shocked the second battle ancestor. The second Earth Spirit ancestor thought to himself, "This guy is actually this strong. I don't believe I can't kill you." The second Earth Spirit ancestor roared and raised his right hand. Countless rays of light immediately gathered in his hand. A spear appeared in his hand. The divine power of the 30,000 Earth Spirit soldiers gathered around the second ancestor. Countless rays of divine light rushed into the second ancestor's spear and entered it. The spear in the second progenitor's hand contained the power of 30,000 God Ray soldiers. This power was so strong that even a true quasi-supremacy would feel apprehensive. Kill. Without hesitation, the second ancestor of the Earth Spirit thrust his spear at the Second War Ancestor of the South Continent, who was trapped in the battle formation. An immortal divine light shot out from the Second Land Spirit Ancestor's hand and broke through the Second Battle Ancestor's protective divine light. What? The Second War Ancestor of the South Continent was taken aback. In the next moment, he extended his right hand and directly grabbed the immortal divine light that had pierced through him. Then, he exerted force and the divine light collapsed. Just as the second battle ancestor of the South Continent crushed the divine light, a battle spear instantly pierced his chest and nailed him to the void. Humph! What second battle ancestor of the South Continent? He's nothing more than this. He doesn't live up to his reputation. The second Earth Spirit ancestor looked at the South Continent's second war ancestor, who was pinned in the air by his battle spear, and said in disdain, "You, the second war ancestor of the South Continent," looked at the spear on his chest in disbelief. In the next moment, the second land spirit's hand that was holding the spear shook. An extremely powerful divine power immediately exploded from the spear. Bam! With a muffled sound, the divine body of the second war ancestor of the South Continent exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Blood? For 1,000? Within it, there was a ball of dazzling divine light that emitted endless divine radiance. Then, the scattered blood mist gathered together in an instant and a figure appeared in the void. The South Continent's second battle ancestor appeared once again and looked at the second Earth Spirit ancestor with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. His expression was one of disdain, as if he was saying, "You think you can kill me with such methods? Attack." The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit glared at the second war ancestor of the South Continent and roared. In the next moment, 30,000 soldiers roared and attacked at the same time. Terrifying waves of divine power swept toward the second war ancestor of the South Continent from all directions. Countless Tao patterns that exuded a terrifying aura of destruction shot toward the second war ancestor of the South Continent. Break! The second war ancestor of the South Continent roared in anger. His body shook, and an extremely violent divine power exploded from his body. Terrifying divine radiance spread out. The countless Tao patterns that were aimed at the second war ancestor of the South Continent shattered in the divine radiance. The divine radiance that exploded from the second war ancestor of the South Continent was indestructible. As it swept out, even the formation around it was annihilated. It was as if a terrifying sun had appeared in the battle formation of the second war ancestor of the South Continent. The soldiers of the Earth Spirit clan that were illuminated by the divine radiance did not even have time to scream before they turned into nothingness. What? The second war ancestor of the South Continent was dumbfounded. He had severely underestimated the fighting power of the second war ancestor of the South Continent. Retreat. The second war ancestor of the Earth Spirit hurriedly ordered a retreat. However, it was too late. Love, go little, say Netka. Just as the land spirit's second ancestor's army was about to be annihilated, a figure descended from the sky. In the next moment, the ball of divine light that was still sweeping outwards retreated like the tide. The entire sky instantly darkened. Seeing this, the second war ancestor of the Earth Spirit was surprised and overjoyed. He hurriedly led the surviving soldiers and retreated far away. After counting the casualties, he almost vomited blood. Originally, he had 30,000 divine race soldiers under him, but now there were less than 20,000 left. In just an instant, he had lost more than 10,000 divine race soldiers. These soldiers were the elites of the Earth Spirit clan, and they were gone just like that. This be asterisk starred. The second war ancestor of the South Continent looked at the figure in front of him and gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, the second war ancestor of the South Continent was already fighting with the expert that descended from the sky. The expert was the first war ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan. Humph. Do you really think that the Earth Spirit clan has no one? The first war ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan sneered. As he spoke, he attacked and forced the second war ancestor of the South Continent to retreat. The Earth Spirit clan? Powerful clans of the East Continent. I will make sure that you won't be able to leave. Die here. The second war ancestor of the South Continent said coldly. In the next moment, a ball of exterminating divine light rushed out from his body. The space that was enveloped by the divine light was instantly destroyed. The divine light seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was extraordinarily powerful. Just now, the second war ancestor of the South Continent used this technique and almost killed the second war ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan and his 30,000 soldiers. This move is useless against me, the first war ancestor of the Earth Spirit said emotionlessly. Then, his body seemed to become transparent. The exterminating divine light passed through his body and did not cause any damage to him. Without a sound, The first war ancestor of the Earth spirit appeared before the second war ancestor of the South continent. Bam! The first war ancestor of the South continent punched out. Without any hesitation, the second war ancestor of the South continent was sent flying and disappeared in an instant. Swoosh! The first war ancestor of the Earth spirit took a step forward and chased after the second war ancestor of the South continent. Seeing this, the second war ancestor of the Earth spirit was dumbfounded. Boss's combat power seemed to have increased by quite a bit. At this moment, the third war ancestor of the Earth spirit was still acting tough. He was playing a pig to eat a tiger, but he was having a lot of fun on the battlefield. This made the second war ancestor both angry and amused. On the other hand, Gu Fei and the mysterious man started an ultimate battle. They fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the depths of the galaxy. Wherever Gu Fei and the mysterious man went, everything was destroyed. These two super strong people were like two ultimate gods of destruction. Avalon of 5 elements. Gu Fei displayed a battle technique that he had created. In the next moment, the mysterious man was sent into a world created by the power of 5 elements. Rumble. In the Avalon of 5 elements, the power of 5 elements kept gathering and increasing. The power of 5 elements turned into a terrifying torrent that rushed towards the mysterious man. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements converged to form a power that was simply too strong. Due to that, the mysterious man in the bronze mask simply brought out a Tao artifact to defend himself. It was a large golden bell. The large golden bell flew up and enveloped the mysterious man. The power of the 5 elements, which was heading towards the mysterious man, collided with the golden bell in an instant, causing it to vibrate. Dang! A melodious bell chime rang out, and the destructive power of the 5 elements that was heading towards the mysterious man was blocked by the power that was spreading out from the bell. At the same time, Gu Fei felt dizzy and almost fell from the sky. Musical assassination technique? Gu Fei was shocked by this sudden move. This guy. At this moment, the mysterious man was shocked. This guy could actually block his musical assassination technique. How was this possible? While the mysterious man was still in shock, Gu Fei took out an item from his body and threw it at the mysterious man. The mysterious man was stunned when he saw the gift that was thrown at him. It was an inconspicuous cauldron the size of a fist. However, at the very next moment, the mysterious man was dumbfounded. The ancient cauldron was only the size of a fist, but it broke through the protective light on his body and hit his left shoulder. The mysterious man's shoulder immediately became a bloody mess, and his whole body was sent flying. How is this possible? The mysterious man felt as if he had been hit by a terrifying ancient sacred mountain. He felt as if he was going to fall apart. At this moment, the ancient cauldron flew back to Gu Fei's hand. This ancient cauldron was naturally the mountain and river cauldron. Only the mountain and river cauldron could injure the mysterious man. One should know that the mysterious man's cultivation and combat power were definitely not below Gu Fei's. Come in. Gu Fei pointed the mouth of the ancient cauldron at the mysterious man and patted the bottom of the cauldron. A terrifying devouring power immediately surged out from the ancient cauldron. The mysterious man with the bronze mask immediately flew towards the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. What? The mysterious man was shocked and angry. The power of the ancient cauldron was beyond imagination. It could actually injure him. Roar! The mysterious man roared. In the next moment, an item flew out of the mysterious man's body. Boom! With a loud sound, an extremely terrifying divine power erupted from the item. The mysterious man actually broke through the devouring power from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, he punched the mountain and river cauldron, causing it to shake continuously. F***CK. Can't you let me sleep? At this moment, an angry shout came from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, an old man suddenly popped his head out from the mountain and river cauldron and looked around. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.